from the high desert.
Want to take a ride from the high desert and the great American Southwest? From the Coast to Coast AM archives, you're listening to the best of Art Bell.
From the high desert and the great American Southwest, I bid you all good evening, or good morning, as the case may be, across all these time zones. Howdy.
Hi, Art. How you doing?
I'm doing.
So, from New York City, staying up late, here is Dr. Malachi Martin.
For a very long time, I've been on a search for some sort of proof of life after death.
Here is somebody who calls himself Single 7. Single, are you there?
Yes, I am.
There's going to be the biggest UFO sighting of the century.
You're listening to Art Bell on Premier Networks.
From the high desert and the great American Southwest, I bid you good evening, good morning, good afternoon, wherever you may be in all 24 of Earth's time zones. I'm Art Bell, and the program you're listening to is Coast to Coast AM. And you never, ever know, nor do I most times, what's going to be on this program next. Tonight is going to be very, very interesting, potentially very interesting.
I saw, like everybody else, the movie, the Amityville Horror. And isn't it odd that the man involved in that happens to be just over the hill from me in Las Vegas? George Lee Lutz was born and raised on Long Island. His birth was any indication, was meant to be different from the beginning. Seconds after delivery, doctors raced him into surgery and mended a large crack in his skull, one that should have killed him. His mother often said that she thought his miraculous recovery was a sign that he was destined for something special. At a very young age, George displayed a remarkable mechanical aptitude. At the age of 12, he modified a hobby kit hydroplane, adding his own custom-designed water ski jets. It was only the beginning of a lasting love for boats, canoes, rowboats, runabouts, sailboats, almost anything that would float on the water. Later, the fascination grew to include cars, and today George can remember the color, interior design, make, model of every car he's ever owned. That's a bunch. At 19, he volunteered for the Marines. My parents were Marines, so he volunteered. And later went on to earn 2 degrees with honors at an FAA course that led then to a job in Boston as an air traffic controller, one of the high-stress jobs in the world. His father's death a short time later took him back to New York to run W.H. Parry, Inc., the family's land surveying business. George, who was born and raised Methodist, who always considered himself more of a devout realist, married for the first time in 72, divorced in 73. Short marriage. During the process of his annulment from his first marriage, George met Father Ralph J., I believe it's Pecoraro, we'll get it, a Catholic priest, an ecclesiastical judge within the archdiocese of the church, with whom he quickly forged a strong and lasting friendship. In 1974, after years of profitable business management and years of enthusiasm and training in the martial arts, George met Kathy Connors, who had 3 children from a previous marriage. A year after George and Kathy's first date, they were married, and soon they began searching for a house of their own. A nest, right? By the summer of '75, they thought they had found their dream home, which happened to turn out to be a 2 1/2 story Dutch colonial in the quaint Long Island community of Amityville. Little did they know that a legend was about to be born. In a moment, the truth, the real truth behind that legend. All right, here from Las Vegas, Nevada, just over the hill, is George Lutz. George,
hi, Art.
Welcome to the program.
Thank you.
God, it's great to have you. George, you're not on a, what kind of phone are you on now?
I'm on a hard line.
Oh, you're on a hard line. Okay, good.
Got a bit of static tonight.
Yeah, I hear that. I hope it doesn't get us. All right. What are you doing in Las Vegas, by the way?
Right now I'm repairing computers and restoring old cars.
Uh-huh. Old cars, your love.
It's what I enjoy the most, but I have what's called fibromyalgia, so there are times when I just can't do the work.
I understand. Well, all right, George. Maybe we'll investigate the possibility of another line or another telephone. It was good. I wonder what happened.
I'm not sure.
Yeah, that's odd. There's no other phone line open, is there?
No, not in this house.
All right, let me try this and reset this and see if that helps. All right, anyway, George, it's hard to even know where to start, except all my life, I saw the movie, and all my life I've been hearing about Amityville, and in fact, a man that I interviewed, who's now passed away, of course, Father Malachi Martin, said to me in the course of an interview that the Amityville house was one of the most haunted places in all of America.
This was a live interview you did with him?
It certainly was. Yes.
So I assume hundreds of thousands, if not millions, of people heard this.
Oh, absolutely, sure. Yeah, absolutely. Of course. So I'm not sure where to begin all of this with you, except I guess, in the bio there it said that you and Kathy had just married and you were looking for a brand new house to live in, and it's the nesting thing. You get married and you get a family and you want to go and you want to find a place, to have that family, and that's what you were doing.
Well, we both had homes. We each had our own home.
Oh.
So the idea was to sell both homes and get one that we could look at as both of ours.
Mm-hmm. That's right. Something new and something that belonged to both of you.
I'm not sure Kathy liked my house or I liked hers either.
Oh.
So it was one of those, let's go find something we both like.
Yep, makes sense.
And she had 3 children. And so it really made sense to put them both up on the market, and then whichever one sold first, move into the other one, and then as soon as that was sold, hopefully we would have found another house by then, and it did work out that way.
Yeah. Do you remember how old the children were at the time? Roughly?
I believe Missy was not in kindergarten yet, so she would have been like 4. And then Chris and Danny would have been 7 and 9, I believe.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
I'm sorry, it's too long since I've tried to remember those things.
Yeah, a long time ago. Well, you're going to be trying to remember a lot that's been now a long time ago.
Hopefully I'll do better.
So, and by the way, folks, George has a cold, too. We both have cold, so bear with both of us. It's tough to think clearly. It's tough to do anything when you're in the middle of one of these monsters. How we've gone to the moon, done all this other stuff, now even cloned the first human, according to the Raelians, and we still can't cure the common cold, George. Doesn't make sense to me.
That's pretty amazing.
Yep. All right, so you went to look at the house at 112 Ocean Avenue in Amityville. All of you, I presume, or just you and Kathy?
No, all of us.
Even the children, huh?
Yes, and we had a criteria. That was we were trying to find a home on the water, because I had a boat then that wasn't trailerable, really. And it was important to have the boat close by rather than travel back and forth to it, since we tried to use it as much as we could.
Okay, well, you knew, I presume you knew, about the DeVeo massacre, that 6 people had been murdered in that house. I mean, that's a very serious thing to have occurred.
We didn't know this when we first went to see the house. We knew it after the realtor told us after we'd toured the house.
It was a pretty good price, right?
The market, it had been on the market for, I believe, $100,000 or so, and By then, it had been reduced, if I remember correctly, to 90. We made an offer of 80, and they accepted it.
Really? What do you think, George? What do you think market value was for that house then? Real market value?
Well, the house was 4,000 feet. It had a boathouse that would take easily a 36-foot boat at the time. It had a 2-car garage attached to that, a heated pool, a full basement. My guess would be then realistically 125,000 would have been not unheard of.
All right, then. So at some point, you must have asked yourself, or the realtor, hey, how come? Maybe after you consummated the deal, how come it's so cheap? Or when did you find out 6 people had been murdered there?
After she showed it to us, and it was obvious that Kathy had fallen in love with it, and I liked it very much. She said, I don't know if I should have told you this before I showed it to you or after, but this is the house the DeFeos were murdered in. And we kind of looked at her like, what do you mean? And then she reminded us of the news stories that had been a year earlier and the trial that was just, I guess, in the process of starting or was going on.
All right. For those who don't remember, can you tell us about the DeFeo murders? I mean, this DeFeo fellow said that I think at the time, he claimed that he heard voices telling him to kill his family, right?
Ronald DeFeo was eventually convicted, yes, of killing his mom, dad, 2 brothers, and 2 sisters.
And for that, he's serving what?
While they were in the sleep, and while they were asleep.
Went around with a shotgun and dispatched them, I think?
It was a Marlin 36 caliber rifle.
Yeah, okay, and he's now serving, I think, 6
consecutive life terms, supposedly with no possibility for parole, but a hearing comes up every year or so.
I imagine the house had been cleaned up. There was no sign of the massacre that had occurred there.
Oh, no, nothing like that. The house showed like any house would.
And George, you're looking at it, and you're looking at the water thinking, oh my God, yes, right?
Oh, yeah. We weren't looking for an $80,000 or $90,000 or $100,000 house, but we were certainly in the $60,000 to $70,000 range when we considered we had 2 homes that sold for over $40,000 each.
Yeah.
And just the fees on keeping our boat in a marina back then,
sure,
really made the difference very well as far as the money went. And I had a successful business. It had been my grandfather's and my father's, so it wasn't something that, I'll put it this way. We went to one bank, got qualified there, and got the mortgage right away. Didn't have to go around the shop for a mortgage or apply anywhere else.
That's interesting.
We walked in with a little over $20,000 down, so we ended up with a $60,000 mortgage.
Did the family, you must have sat down with the family, family conference at some point. Look, this horrible thing happened here. Can you handle that fact? Do you love the house? Do you still want to move in?
Oh, sure. We asked the kids, Art, if if this was going to bother them, because if it was going to be an issue with them, then we would have certainly walked on considering the house. And they were all fine with it.
Was there anything at that point? I mean, none of the children, nor Kathy, nor anybody said, look, what if it's haunted or anything like that? I mean, that never really even entered your psyche, or did you even consider that? Not
considered in that way, no.
No.
It was, look, you're going to have the same bedrooms that these kids had and they were killed here. Is that going to be a problem? That kind of thing. We asked them and we talked about it at length as a family. It wasn't a snap decision by any means. We went back and saw the house a number of times. One time, Kathy and I even went down in my boat to see it from the water, see if we could find it.
Mm-hmm.
South Shore isn't always the easiest thing to get up into the little rivers and whatever and find a house along there.
Did you and Kathy have enough from the sale of your other houses to afford the $20,000, the down payment?
Oh yeah, sure.
Okay. Are you a religious person, George?
That means something different to everybody. Back then, I think absolutely not. I believed in the Lord's Prayer, that kind of thing. I was a non-practicing Methodist.
Okay.
But today, what I believe is my own personal beliefs, and there are some things that I believe are pretty unshakable and have been proven to be so over the last 25 years.
And Kathy?
Very. I would consider Kathy very religious.
Okay.
Kathy has a ministry that feeds thousands of people in Phoenix every year, homeless people.
Uh-huh. Then you met this, and you're going to have to help me with his name. Father
Sure.
Ralph, is it
Father
Pecoraro?
Ralph Pecoraro.
Pecoraro, okay. When did you come in contact with him, and under what circumstance?
He was an ecclesiastical judge. He sat in the diocesan office for the Catholic Church there in Rockville Center as a judge, ruling on various cases that came subject to church law for the Catholic Church.
Mm-hmm.
My first wife that she had applied for an annulment meant that I had the opportunity to go in and be interviewed if I wished about that annulment process. And I didn't understand it at the time, and so I went down and met with him. He called me and invited me in to do that. I really didn't think it was a necessary thing. I really didn't care whether she got an annulment or not. I wasn't really sure that an annulment was proper, and the result is that's how I met him.
Okay. What kind of man was he?
Extraordinary.
In what sense?
He read and spoke 9 languages, had an equivalent degree a law degree from Oxford. He met you on your terms. You didn't have to go to him. He was friendly and smart, and he took his time to explain things to me, why it was important that this annulment be granted, and what the conditions the church considered it to be properly so. But more than that, I didn't realize at the time that there was something unusual about him in the sense that he's an ecclesiastical judge. I just figured that was his job. Mm-hmm. I realized the kind of degrees he had, or the intellect involved in doing such a job, or how you get to do that.
So I guess you all became fast friends through this process.
Good friends, and talked on the phone maybe once every 10 days, 7 days, sometimes 2 weeks, but it was always going to be he was going to come to dinner or meet Kathy and the kids, that kind of thing.
All right, he ended up, anyway, you became friends, and
yes.
He ended up blessing this house, right?
Yeah, and I should tell you how that came about.
I'd like to know how it came about, yes.
One of my hobbies was building Harleys then, and a friend of mine, Jimmy Liscalzo in New York, had a Harley shop in East Northport, New York. And Jimmy, when I told him what house we were buying, the DeFeo house,
right,
he said, "You've got to get the house blessed." And I said, "What are you talking about?" And he said, "You've got to get a priest and get the house blessed." And I went home from that and asked Kathy about that, and she said, "Oh yeah, well, that's something you do if you're Catholic and you buy a new house, you do that."
And especially in this case.
And we didn't know any priests.
Yeah.
So Kathy was a non-practicing Catholic at the time, and so I called Father Ray and asked him if he would do it, and he said, "Yeah, sure, I'd be glad to." Little did I realize that wasn't the kind of thing that...
This was after you moved in, George? Or
no, this is before we actually closed on the house.
Ah, okay, so...
It's one of those things you do, supposedly, as soon as you can when you buy it.
All right, so...
it was coordinated that he would come in the day that we actually had the closing, that afternoon.
Gotcha.
So we were moving in when he showed up to do that.
And so, boom, 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 here he comes and begins, moving through the house to bless it. I don't know how that's done.
Well, I hadn't actually even seen him arrive, and I hadn't seen him since I had seen him in his office, that I recall now when I think back about it. It's the first time I'd seen him in months. I talked to him quite a bit, but always on the phone. So there he is going into the house, and I waved. I was in the back of the truck unloading the U-Haul, and a number of our friends were there. Even one of Jimmy's brothers was there helping unload the stuff and moving it into the house.
Sure.
Moving day. We were a little bit behind because after we'd closed on the finances in New York, you do real estate a different way than you do out here. You go to a closing and they have their attorney, and the bank has an attorney or a representative, and you have your own attorney, and they all sit there and they write everything up right then and there.
Sure.
And the title company has someone. It's a different process than it is anywhere else that I've seen. Well, we had forgotten to get the key at the closing, so we had to go back and find the realtor and go back and get the key, and so we could actually get in the house.
Right.
And there are all these people waiting around to help us move in. So he showed up, and we were quite behind time. It's starting to get dark. It's November. And so I waved at him, and he went on in, found Kathy, and went about blessing the house.
Which means what? You go to from room to room, that kind of thing?
Yes, we went room to room, said prayers in each room, using holy water, and I guess there's a house blessing that they do. I'm not privy to the words.
Nor am I, but very interesting. All right, stand by, George. We're already at the bottom of the first hour. Goes very quickly. George Lutz is my guest. He's the man, along with his family, who lived the real Amityville horror. And as the night progresses, we're going to get that story as it really occurred, with the time necessary, which you have with the luxury of radio, to extract that kind of information. So that's what we're up to this night. George Lutz is here. I'm Art Bell, and this is Coast to Coast AM.
Could tell, just like an old-time movie about a ghost from a wishing well, in a castle dark or a fortress strong, with chains upon my feet. You know that ghost is me, and I will never be set free as long as I'm a ghost. You can't see. If I could read your mind, love, what a tale your thoughts could tell. Just like a paperback novel, the kind the drugstore sells. When you reach the part where the heartaches come, the hero would be me. Heroes often fail. You won't read that book again because the ending's just too hard to take.
To reach Art Bell in the Kingdom of Nye, from west of the Rockies, dial 1-800-618-8255. East of the Rockies, 1-800-825-5033. First-time callers may reach Art at 1-775-727-1222. Or use the wildcard line at 1-775-727-1295. To reach Art on the toll-free international line, call your AT&T operator and have them dial 800-893-0903. This is Coast to Coast AM with Art Bell on the Premier Radio Networks.
Ghosts, or the presence of evil, seems most frequently to show up at places where great evil has been done. Like the DeFeo murders, for example, 6 family members murdered, slaughtered. That's one. There are other occasions, but that's probably the most frequent with regard to hauntings, something evil around. No question about it. So the setup was there. In a moment, we'll get back to George Lutz, who lived the Amityville horror. Now, once again, from over the hill in Las Vegas, here is George Lutz. George, okay, so I guess we'll call him Father Ray.
Yes.
Blessed the house, went room to room, blessed the house, and then came back and told you what?
He was a bit uncomfortable in the upstairs back bedroom. I wanted to pay him for coming. He wouldn't accept payment. Tried to give him a bottle of Canadian Club. He wouldn't take that. We invited him back for dinner. He stopped and just said, he asked us what we were going to use one bedroom for, which was on the second floor in the back. And that was evidently the bedroom where the 2 boys had been murdered.
So he told you not to use the second floor sewing room. I've got a little echo. Let me try to get rid of that. The second, he told you not to use the second floor sewing room at all, or as a bedroom, or what?
Kathy explained she was going to use it as a sewing room, and that he said was fine. He just there was something about the room that made him uncomfortable, and he managed to communicate that to us without any alarm or anything. I really don't know how to explain this other than he asked what we were going to use the room for. He said he felt a little bit uncomfortable there, and that's basically what he said.
And so you didn't really probe and want to know the exact whys and wherefores of the warning.
No, he wasn't forthcoming with it. He was it was like he wanted to leave, and we weren't going to use it as a bedroom, so it wasn't an issue.
All right.
It was a strange thing for him to say, but it was like, okay, you have to leave, and that's all you're going to tell us, obviously, thanks for coming.
Good night, and see you later.
Really?
Yeah.
We invited him back another time, to come back for dinner, and he said he would, and that was it.
All right. I've got somebody else here who had impressions of the house, who's on the line I'd like to bring on. Mary Pasquarella was the lead psychic who investigated the house along with Ed and Lorraine Warren. I've interviewed them in March of '76. Mary is a professional psychic and time walker who picked up on some truly terrifying things when she visited your home. She said the case had a profound effect on her. It was the first time she had ever encountered something she could only describe as pure evil. Pure evil.
Art, I don't know that she's ever been interviewed about this.
Well, she is going to be now. Mary, welcome to the program.
Well, good evening, Lee, and how are you?
I'm Harry.
Hey, honey.
How are you?
Where are you, Mary?
I'm in Pennsylvania.
In Pennsylvania.
Yeah.
So you've never been interviewed in this fashion before about what happened?
No, we had a strange arrangement with that. I'm very private about things that I do, and it was just something that I wasn't comfortable doing.
You are private because I'm pretty familiar in this field, Mary, and I'm not familiar with you. So you obviously are very private. Anyway, you went into the house at the behest of Ed and Lorraine Warren. I've interviewed them. And what happened? Can you, in your own words, what happened?
We went in at a time when the North Carolina team was out there from Duke. And I had not met Lee. When I go any place, I always say, don't tell me anything about the house. And Ed called me one night and said, I have a case I'd like you to investigate, and what is your impression? And I said, I see a White House with a fan window. And he said, okay, don't say anything else.
Right.
And yet we'll get in the car and go. And when we arrived there, it was there was a team there, and we could not go in. And they went up and got pizza, and I stayed in the car. And then I walked out to the back of the house because I like to get feelings of things.
Yes.
And when I got into the back, I had heard water, and so I saw a pool. I thought, well, that's it. There's the pool, there's the water, and discharged that. But while I was in back there, I usually say I'm Catholic, and I usually say some prayers before I go into a house. So it was my quiet time, and I looked up into the window in the back of the house, and I saw the face of a young girl looking back out.
A young girl.
Right, and I knew nothing of the Fayos. I hadn't met Lee. George.
Either one works, Mary.
Well, you're Lee to me. So I had not met the family, but because children were involved, and I'm a proverbial mother, I was only interested in doing the house because there were children involved in the house.
Of course.
So I looked up and I saw the face in the window. It later became, it was the sewing room, I believe, that was the upstairs window looking out.
That'd be the one Father Ray talked about.
Right. And at that time, we hadn't been in the house. When you enter this house, it's very deceptive. When I first went into the house, I said to Ed, these people are really weird. We're not even going to think about this. This house is beautiful. And the house was beautiful. The Lutzes had decorated the house, so you walked in and it was a beautiful home. And it gave you no feeling, no sensation of anything other than a house. That comes much later.
All right, but at some point.
When I went upstairs to, the first thing that we did when we went in is there's a dining room to the right-hand side, and that had a table that had dishes and things. Later, we cleared some of that. When you go, there's a stairwell as you enter, and then when you go down, there's another stairwell that goes down to a basement area. When you get into the basement area, there's a little laundry room off to your right-hand side of the stairs. And then I looked to the left, and there was this large game room. And the game room had a pool table and family things, where a family would enjoy themselves.
Sure.
In front of you, there was a little door, and it was into a small, like a cold cellar. You know, the old houses that had like a little root cellar.
Oh, yes.
Yeah. So you open the door and you go into a root cellar. I never could really go into that room because it had an odor to it.
Oh.
Now, you have to understand that I was under the impression that the house, it had nothing there. But I investigate the house to see, because I walk time, to see what possibly could have affected it to cause people to be affected by the house. And so we got to, the laundry room had some clothes that were on the floor. So I'm Mrs. Clean by nature, and I picked up the clothes and threw them in and washed them, figuring maybe if there was an odor there, it might be the clothing themselves. So, because it was definitely like a dirty sock smell or something that had soiled.
A foul odor.
Yeah, like just an odor. And I'm one of these people that is very fussy and very clean, and if there's a smell, I'll either find the source, and as a psychic, if you say a refrigerator's in the air, I better be able to put my hand under it, or otherwise I'm not going to believe that there's a refrigerator in the air. You know, you have to use logic.
Well, I know that sock smell. My mom told me my socks could march the way to the washer by themselves. when I was about 13 or 14, it was awful.
Well, I'll tell you, the Lutzes were impeccably clean, and the house was absolutely gorgeous. I mean, what they lost, I'll never be able to replace. That was for sure afterwards when you sit down. And the reality is that there has to be something that drove them away, because there was more truth in that house as you got to know it.
Well, I know the finances of all this, and the people who say this is some kind of farce or hoax are full of it, because the money thing doesn't add up in any way you look at it, either before, during, or after. None of it makes any sense unless.
No, because that house had to have his possessions alone. When you walked in, you knew you were walking. I thought they were very affluent, because they had collections of coins and things. You know, he was a collector, obviously, but that's a moot point right now. So.
What is important, though, and what I want to get from you is what you sensed finally in that house.
Okay. When you go up the stairs, from the first stair to the seventh stair, there's a cotton batting feeling, the feeling of wrapping, and it's as though something terrible had happened on that stairwell.
Uh-huh.
And that was the first sense of something not quite right. Going up the stairs to the sewing room, I walked in, and I've been blessed with an imagination or a mind that can see time. And there was a young woman in there, I'd say 15 or 16, with long brown hair and parted in the middle. And if you remember those little moo-moo dresses, they had the paisley things.
Yes.
And she was crying. And one of my jobs is, if you see something that's misplaced, you try to place it back. So I started to say some prayers and said, go to the white light, because I knew that then I thought that was what the haunting was. And so I said, go to the white light. And at that point in time, it was as though the house did not want that soul released. And you started to feel pressures and anger.
Uh-huh.
And then when you walk out to the hallway, I felt that I had given her the white light and she had gone. in my mind.
But there was evil, real evil in that house, Mary?
Absolutely. Absolutely. After the investigation, there was I could never go to the third floor. When you walk down the hall on the right-hand side, there's a stairwell. Well, I'm not allowed sometimes to do things because I'm one of these people that still believe in Bambi and the Tooth Fairy and things like that, and so I'm not good with evil or bad things.
I don't think many of us have confronted pure evil directly. Father Malachi Martin spoke of it many times, and I still, even the concept of evil as an entity, as a pure thing, is it will stand the hair on the back of my neck straight up, and I have a sense, but that's all. I've never confronted it directly, and nor do I wish to.
Well, neither had I, and I had a group of friends. I worked for the diocese in Bridgeport at that time, and I had a school, and I had 4 priest friends, and whenever I went anywhere, they always gave me holy water and borrowed one of their Bibles and a cross and brought it with me just as a kind of a protection for myself. Because you never know. If you don't, people don't understand that if there's good, there's evil.
Yeah, I understand that.
You just don't touch it as frequently. And because we're locked in a clock time, we don't walk the perimeters.
Yes.
The one thing that I did know about that house was that it was not the original house. I used to be an artist, and I can, in my mind, blueprints will form, and I kind of sense when something's real or not real. And the thing that I knew immediately, without having met Lee, was that this was a man that was protecting his children and his home. It had nothing. I don't even think he believed in us as psychic investigators. I mean, not truly. I think his main concern was the amount of money that he invested in the home.
Of course.
And his children.
Yeah, that's the real world. But bottom line, Mary, in your investigation, there was no question in your mind you had encountered in that house pure evil.
Pure evil. We had Channel 5 that was doing a seance, and I was to be the lead psychic in that. We had gotten to the point where the house had began to affect me. And I had gotten up on the stairs, and I called down to Ed, and I said, Ed, I'm as sick as a dog. Well, I had this little room upstairs. I believe it was Missy's bedroom.
Yes.
And that was my haven. I could go there and feel perfectly safe. Perfectly safe. So I said to Ed, I'm going to lay down in the bed for a little while, because it was either that I hadn't slept or whatever. And so I began to say my prayers, and I was saying the Our Father. And as I was saying the Our Father, I looked out of the door, and there was a young man that was with me taping. And I looked out of the door, and as I was saying the Our Father, there was a group of figures sitting outside of the door saying the Our Father backward. I thought, God. Excuse me, but that doesn't sit well with me. I'm also a stubborn person that says, don't threaten me, because I'll stand up and my fists go up. And
Mary, is there any question in your mind that DeFeo souls were trapped in that home?
I didn't know about the DeFeos at the time, but I did know. Yeah, I did know that in one of the bedrooms, I sensed a young man who was crying as though he had done something really bad. So I knew 2 things about this house. I knew, one, that someone was forced into a position to commit something really horrible there. Didn't know what it was, but did know that it happened. That there was a force or an energy in that house that was subject to taking hold of somebody. And I will say this now, and I'll say it till the day I die, that since we don't know what time is, and time in time is only a fraction of a second, that the energy in that house remains. It may take 100 years of our time, but it will implode again. And that house is purely evil. I took the holy water and threw it outside to the figures. I took the cross and I raised the cross and I said a prayer and I said, God is with me. And I threw it and did you ever throw water on a fire and you get this kind of a little hissing sound?
Yes.
Well, that's what the sound was. And the kid that was with me, I thought he was going to faint. But again, that's the house. The house is deceptive. It will take an innocent person, and I believe Kathy was such a sweet and innocent child, a girl, a young woman, and it affected the house. It affected curious children. And Lee was the strength in that house, so the house could never really affect him, only make him angry and want to find out what was the matter.
You're very well aware the investigators, Mary, caught a photograph when there was no child in the home, an eerie photograph that'll stand the hair on the back of your neck straight up at the top of that stairwell, caught a photograph of a child when there was no photograph no child in there to be photographed. They got a photograph of what appears to be a ghost child. I've got that on the website right now, www.artbell.com. Is there any question in your mind that photograph is one of the Lutz? Excuse me, not the Lutz. The DeFeo.
No,
the DeFeo.
God forbid.
Yeah, God forbid. Right. The DeFeo children.
I believe that since I was not allowed up on the third floor to where the children were, the boys I believe were, that it was probably one of those. And do I believe they were trapped? Yes, I do. I think that the girl escaped into what may have been another room of haven, and that what Father felt was the presence without being able to be aware that there was a presence there. You know, us Catholics are trained in a very different way.
And Mary, you believe that house is going to, as you put it, implode again?
Absolutely. You get somebody that's very susceptible.
Mary, we're out of the thing you walk time, and I've got to go, but I want to thank you for calling in, and thank you so much.
Okay, and I'm on and listening.
All right, Mary. Mary Pasquarella, George Lutz is my guest. She walks time. That was some stroll she took in that house. Indeed so. My guest is George Lutz, who lived with his family, the Amityville Horror. Incidentally, I'd like to thank Dan Ferens for helping to make all of this possible and assisting with some of the material from the History Channel's documentaries, which he did on the Amityville Horror. In a moment, we'll get right back to George Lutz. George, welcome back to the program.
Hi, Art.
You have described what happened in that house at Amityville, George, as, I don't know, I guess a kind of a three-ring circus. Now, many in my audience have either read the book or seen the movie, and the movie, of course, dramatized the heck out of what happened, I suppose.
That's a really nice way to put that.
Is it?
It was very Hollywood.
Very Hollywood. All right, but what's the real story, George? What really did happen there?
It didn't happen all at once. When I think back on it now, I think my perceptions of it are different than they were then. It seemed at times then that it just was like a rolling snowball that got bigger and bigger and bigger.
Well, no family pays that kind of money for a house, lays their life on the line, especially a place they love, and then flees a house, George. It doesn't happen without some really serious stuff going on. Movie or no movie, nobody does that. Nobody flees a house without a significant reason. What really happened?
When we left the house, Art, I should tell you that we wanted to get the house fixed. We really did not want to just leave our stuff or give up on living there.
Of course not.
And so when the opportunity came to put together the psychics that went in and investigate the house, the idea was that they would fix it.
Yeah, but there was obviously a lot wrong to fix, and that's what I want to know about. I mean, what the hell happened in that house to even bring the psychics on? What
made us leave, in other words?
Well, or even to the point where the psychics came in. I mean, what began to happen in that house, George?
By the last week we were there, it was nightly occurrences of noises, the things like odors coming and going, or Kathy being touched from behind by some unseen person, or Missy talking to herself and asking questions like Jody telling us about her imaginary friend that wasn't so imaginary, it turns out.
Yeah, she claimed to have an imaginary friend, right?
Yes, and she would come and ask Kathy questions like, do angels talk? And
really,
Jody is the name of the angel, and Jody is telling Missy that we're going to live there forever.
Forever.
Strange things. It's kind of off-putting. Our dog Harry would not go in that room that Mary was talking about earlier. The last night we were in the house was the reason not to stay there anymore. Well, and when we called Father Ray the next day, he asked what we were still doing there. He was surprised that we were still even in the house, and it hadn't even occurred to us to, even at that point, to just up and abandon everything and get in the van and leave. That night, Kathy had levitated and moved away from me on the bed.
No, wait a minute. Slow up right there.
Sure.
Kathy levitated.
Yes.
Now, you were both in bed?
Yes.
And you were both awake or both asleep, or at the time, or what?
Kathy was asleep.
She was asleep.
And she lifted up off the bed and went towards the wall, away from me.
Huh.
This is after she had turned into an old crone, a really ugly old woman that literally took hours and hours for it to go away.
In front of your face?
Yes, and then later she did that again at her mom's house after we moved out of the house and moved in with her mom.
Oh, my God. You're sitting there watching your wife, and she turns and, like the picture of Dorian Gray, she almost instantly becomes an old woman?
Yes.
And then that effect remains for hours?
Yeah, one time it was longer than just a few hours. What happened, Art, was that these things, in by themselves, for example, everyone in that, all my kids and Kathy slept on their stomachs in that house. After we moved out, we found out that the DeFeo murders, the whole family had slept on their stomachs. They were all murdered in their sleep. None of them got up. None of them got out of bed or were awakened, evidently, by the sounds of the rifle going off, killing all 6 of them. There were no drugs found in their bodies in the autopsy. And they were all sleeping face down. I was the only one that could not sleep face down in that house. I never slept face down before that, and I certainly couldn't do it there.
Through all of this, George, did you ever question your own sanity? I mean, we don't often look at our wives and see them become a 90-year-old woman instantly and then have that remain for hours. I mean, we just don't. Did you question your own sanity?
Sure. Many, many times in many different ways.
What about the effect on Kathy? Kathy, was she questioning your sanity or her own, or were you beginning to understand it was the house?
Kathy was damaged in a different... Each of us were affected in a different way, and I think Kathy was damaged in a different way than I was, and I think that for her, in so many ways, it was much harder for her to recover over the years and be able to put it in a place, so to speak, give it some distance. Even after moving to California and then later on to Arizona, there were times when she was much more sensitive than I was.
Do you think she's all right with it now? Has she come to terms now with it, or is it still bad word haunting her?
When we did the special for the History Channel 2 years ago, and that interview was some 8 hours, and she was hooked up to oxygen. She has a disorder, a breathing disorder called valley fever that is quite serious, quite debilitating, and right now she's still in a form of a hospital that deals with respiratory diseases.
Yeah, I saw the oxygen tubes.
Yes. Well, she's had a relapse since then. That was a very hard day for her. The interview was, I think, something like 8.5 hours, and then afterwards we went out to dinner. So it was a long day for her. And there were times when, certain questions will come up and be worded in a certain way that are really, you can see the effect on her, sure. But that happens to me as well. This is not a comfortable subject. It's not something, that has a lot of humor in it.
Yeah.
And humor is the one thing that does make it less strong, less affecting of you.
Yes, I understand that. I use it myself.
It is a wonderful tool to deal with this kind of thing.
The movie, of course, dramatized the ooze out of the walls and the flies and all the rest of that.
The flies were real.
The flies were. Tell me about that.
The flies were. This is the wintertime, and the back bedroom, that one sewing room, had flies from the day we moved in, and they became more and more and more. And they were there when the investigators went in. Just on the back window, and that's the same window that Mary saw I guess you'd call it an apparition or a person from looking up at it. Flies were always there.
They were always...
Didn't go away. Huh. You'd kill them and they'd still come back.
Really? So that part was real?
Not the oozing out of the walls.
Not the oozing out of the walls.
That was... It's one of those things that, in fact, is sometimes, in my mind at least, stranger than fiction. What really happened that I think they tried to draw that from, what really happened in the house was that there were keyholes, old-style doors. The house was built in the 30s, and it had old-style keyholes.
I remember them, yes.
We had drips that got longer and longer. They were black. They were almost like an epoxy. And the longer we were in the house, the longer the drips came out of certain keyholes in the second and third floor.
Oh, so there was some basis in truth.
Yes, but not the oozing out of the walls.
Not the oozing, but something.
And then we would wake up in the morning and we would find this gelatin-like substance going from room to room. And you would think, well, the kids got into Jell-O or somebody did something. Uh-huh. But there was no Jell-O in the house at the time, and the kids didn't do that. And it was sticky, and it was there. I mean, it was there for the...
So what did you do with this stuff? Just try and clean it up, or what?
Well, it was like spots. It wasn't like a big mess of some kind. It trapped from room to room.
Uh-huh. Huh.
And Kathy would wipe it up.
And just move on. So that was occurring every day?
No, you couldn't depend on anything. The one thing, thank God, is the lights didn't go out. At no time did they, they would flicker, but they did not go out.
They would flicker, though?
Yeah.
So I guess I see what you mean by a three-ring circus. All of this kind of thing was going on.
Well, I'm sorry, I strayed from where I was going before. One of the things was that I would be laying there in bed on my back, and everyone else would be asleep, the house would be quiet, and I'd be getting ready to go to sleep, and I would hear... or I would be already asleep, and I would wake up to a sound of musicians, like, tuning up downstairs.
Really?
And I would think that a clock radio went off, and it was off the station or something like that. And there is no clock radio down there, but that's the first thing that comes to your mind. You wouldn't know what else it could be. Go down there, and there'd be no noise, and the dog would be asleep right by the front door. Harry was a big black Malamute. He wasn't, he wasn't a shirking little princess. He was a really cool dog, and he was in love with those kids. He was gotten as a tiny puppy.
I don't know whether you've ever been asked this, George, but it's a logical question in view of the DeFeo slaughter. Was there ever a time when you found your mind drifting to an awful place where you were perhaps being urged to or considered doing evil yourself, George?
It's not a question I've ever answered in public.
Really?
Yeah. It's, I don't know that I'll answer you this straight out, okay, but what I will tell you is this. The tool we mentioned of humor?
Yes.
I told Father Ray many of the things that went on for us, and he was the one that told me about humor. That evil can't stand it, it can't be in the presence of it, it has no understanding of humor, it can't relate to it. And it drives it away. And I had to learn the mental ability, if you will, to be able to think of something humorous when I would get a thought that I didn't like.
So you did answer it. You did get them. And that's how you responded.
That's the only thing that's ever worked other than the rosary.
A kind of a defense. Humor is a defense. There's no question about it. I mean, you're right about that. It is. And so you were strong enough to muster that up as a defense.
Well, it became an exercise, but it took years to get for it to be just an exercise and not something that was a real struggle.
I understand that you actually began to have some feelings of sorrow or caring about DeFeo, who's going to be in jail for 6 life sentences. And the only reason that I could understand that you would begin to get those feelings is because you would understand perhaps a little bit of what he went through. And that's why I asked you the question, George.
There's no doubt in our minds, never has been any doubt after living there, that a sane person doesn't do this to his family. And someone with any kind of right thinking or ability to reason, that reason has been taken away or has been obfuscated in such a way, occluded or clouded, or they've been separated from their reasoning powers in a way that most of us hopefully will never understand. And there's no doubt in our mind that he was influenced by that house and that he was controlled, at least for a point. He provided a service to that, if you will, that was so horrible that he couldn't live with it or realize it himself, and without extreme long-term psychiatric care is no help of redemption of any kind in this life.
Do you think that his case should be reviewed for the reasons you're talking about right now?
I don't know I don't know that matters.
It probably doesn't, but it's an important question.
He's had his appeals, they've failed. I think that a disservice was done to him terribly years ago, that it wasn't a full-blown insanity plea, that it wasn't appealed on that basis, that it wasn't an absolute that he needed psychiatric care and still does. I think it's inhumane to think that, okay, they got the guy, he did it. Yes, physically he did the murders, but spiritually, emotionally, no, I don't believe that he's, in a pure sense, responsible for that as a human being. I think that he needs help, and I don't think that anyone cares enough to try to get it for him anymore. We did what we could, and we tried a number of different ways, and his attorney, William Weber, wanted to do a book and make money off him, and signed Ronald DeFeo up for a 5% cut of whatever book that his lawyer did, put together. So it became obvious that these people were not going to try to help him.
The final night that you spent in that house, you've never talked about. You've always refused to talk about the last night in the house. Why?
What happens, Art, is when you do that, the worst of it comes back. It's not like it disappeared. It's not like I can detach myself from it and just talk about it like what I did yesterday. You feel it. Not all of it, thank God, but it comes back, and it's not a pleasant experience. I was laying there in bed. Kathy levitated, and I had to grab her to keep her from going off the bed.
There is no question in your mind, George. You weren't dreaming this. You weren't asleep. Yeah. I mean, it's an obvious question.
Yes.
Yeah.
No, there's no question. We were so very pleased 3 years later to have Chris Gugas come along and give us a polygraph test, each of us, in his office with Michael Rice.
I was not aware that had been done.
Yes, and one of the questions, it's a long process. It's not like you walk in, strap on the machine, and go.
Oh, yeah.
You have to agree to the questions. They have to run a baseline. They do a physiological workup to get within that baseline so that they can get the real responses.
Yes.
Chris Gugas had taught use of the polygraph. He was considered number 2 and number 3 man in the world at the time. He had taught the use of the polygraph throughout the world for the armed forces, for the Army, for their intelligence people. He had been instructed personally by the head guy at the FBI.
So that was one of the questions he asked?
One of the questions was, did you levitate? One of the questions was, did Kathy turn into an old woman?
And you answered them all and went sailing past the polygraph.
Absolutely. Later, those findings were published in the National Star, of all things. Huh. It was one of those things where the movie company was getting ready to release the movie, and they wanted to do this, and these are expensive tests.
Oh, I'm well aware.
They were willing to pay for it, and we said, get us the best there is, and we'll do it. Otherwise, we're not interested in doing it with someone that just got out of school.
All right.
You get 5 questions. They have to be yes or no. And that, you get one shot at doing this thing right. It's not like you have...
Well, George, people who are lying usually don't agree to a polygraph. That's for damn sure. George, hold on. We're at the bottom of the hour. George Lutz, who with his family lived the Amityville horror, is my guest. And tonight you're hearing the real story of what happened in that home. From the high desert, I'm Art Bell.
Don't you love her madly? Don't you need her badly? Don't you love her ways? Tell me what you say. Don't you love her badly? Wanna be her daddy? Don't you love her face? Don't you love her as she's walking out the door? Like she did 1,000 times before. Don't you love her ways? Tell me what you say. Don't you love her as she's walking out the door? All your love, all your love, all your love, all your love is one. To sing a lonely song of a deep blue dream. 7 horses seem to be on the mark.
To reach Art Bell in the Kingdom of Nye, from west of the Rockies, dial 1-800-618-8255. East of the Rockies, 1-800-825-5033. First-time callers may reach Art at 1-775-727-1222. Or use the wildcard line at 1-775-727-1295. To reach Art on the toll-free international line, call your AT&T operator and have them dial 800-893-0903. This is Coast to Coast AM with Art Bell on the Premier Radio Network.
Tonight you're hearing what really happened at Amityville. My guest is George Lutz. Can you imagine? I'm going to ask you in a moment. I want to go back to it. Can you imagine looking at your wife and seeing her instantly becoming an old woman, a very old woman, a 90-year-old or better woman? Once again, here's George Lutz. George, when you saw Kathy become a 90-year-old woman or better suddenly, I can't even imagine what would have gone through your mind. I mean, it would have been like, out of this house now, gone. I'm out of here, running out of here, actually. But to see that happen to your wife, apparently more than once?
Yes.
Yeah, more than once. I mean, what went through your mind? Aside from questioning your own sanity, once you realized this really was going on, what did you think was happening?
What occurs to me to answer you right now is that I'm thinking, how do we fix this? What caused this? But not putting it together with the house as such.
Did you think you were seeing your wife as an old woman, or did you think you were seeing something else?
I had watched the transformation, so I knew it was her. I wasn't going all kinds of other places, I don't think, in my mind. It's so long ago now, Art, for me to try to tell you exactly what I was thinking then. I couldn't do it. It wouldn't be right. I'd be making something up that wouldn't.
Yeah, don't do that.
What went through my mind then. I know the main thing was, how do we fix this? What caused this? That's the obvious stuff.
All right. Well, obviously, aside...
There's a revulsion that I remember feeling also. I mean, this is not a pleasant thing.
Yeah, of course not. And seeing somebody levitate in the air.
But I don't know that you put it to the house.
I can understand. I mean, you love that house. You were trying, I'm sure, in your own mind, to think of anything else other than the house.
Absolutely. When the odors occurred in the basement, you go looking for broken pipes or leaks.
Absolutely.
When you have noises, you go trying to look for the cause of them. We'd be sitting in the kitchen at night, and the kids would be asleep, and you'd hear someone upstairs walking around. So you'd go up, and you'd find all the kids asleep in the bed. So you'd come back down, and a couple nights later, you'd have some people over, and they would hear the same thing. Then you would know you weren't crazy, and then you would know that something's going on that you don't really understand. But that doesn't mean you just get up and leave your house.
Aside from having a priest in, you and Kathy tried to bless the house on your own, right?
Yes, we did, twice.
What happened?
We were told it didn't work. We heard this chorus of voices, as it's been described, asking us to stop blessing the house. We went around and opened a window in each room.
Mm-hmm.
A friend of ours, and when I said earlier that you have people over and they hear the same thing, well, in the process of that, a fellow by the name of Bill Newcomb had come over and, excuse me for just a moment, I have to cough.
I understand. I've been doing it non-stop here for days.
What a cold.
Yeah.
And he had a similar problem in his house when he was in a house that evidently was haunted. And he said, you go around, you do the house blessing yourself. You go around, you open a window in each room, you say the Lord's Prayer, you tell whatever is there to leave, and then you close the window. Well, that seemed like a reasonable solution, especially since here was someone that it had worked for. And he had heard the footsteps, and he knew the kids were asleep. So we did that. My son Danny's hands were caught in the window in the sewing room, and they were flattened. His hands were down.
Oh, my God.
And the window had flattened the hands, and immediate reaction is we got to go to the hospital, and we start to get ready to go.
And what happened? This window of its apparent own accord came slamming down on his hands?
Yes. And didn't just slam down, was mushed in such a way that his hands were actually deformed. They were flat.
Oh.
So you get ready to go to the hospital, and then and he's screaming.
Yeah.
And everybody's running around getting their coats and getting him downstairs and trying to calm him down, which is pretty much impossible. And you go to leave and look at his hands, and he's fine.
What?
It didn't occur to us until much later that the house never really wanted us to leave. We would always invite people over. We would have, but we would go out of our way not to leave, not to go out someplace. While we were there, we had enrolled in a reupholstery course at the local high school.
That's what these colds do you, folks.
I'm sorry.
That's all right.
And we never went to any of the classes. I mean, Kathy went out and bought the material to recover the dining room set that we had bought from the DeFeo estate. But we never.
That's right.
Just don't go out.
Yeah, that's a curious thing. You did buy a number of things from the DeFeo estate from the house, right?
Yes.
Why did you do that? Just because it was a really good buy, or what was the reasoning?
Well, let's start with, we had two houses. Not both of us liked each other's furniture. We had garage sales at Kathy's house. We had garage sales at my house.
Right.
And now we're moving into a 4,000 square foot house, and we've got to fill it up if we can with some stuff. They made us a deal we kind of couldn't sort of refuse.
Yep, gotcha.
And they had nice stuff. It wasn't like this was blood spattered or anything. It was,
good stuff, yeah.
Yeah. The dining room set was extraordinary. The kitchen set was lovely. Some of the dressers that were up in Missy's room were fine. There was no reason not to buy all of that. It was there.
Yeah, and really, if you're buying the house and you're walking into that and you know what happened, then what's the difference between that and the furniture or the whatever?
Well, they weren't. The mattresses weren't there. Nothing like that. I mean, we had our own beds. It was one of those things that was decided at the closing. What happened at the closing was that they had the people that ran the estate had filled up the oil tank, which was almost another $2,000 in cash that was needed right then and there too. So the actual cash out of pocket at the closing, including the furniture and everything, was about $24,000, something like that. On the last night that we were in there, I wasn't able to get up out of bed. There was a storm going on as far as we were concerned as a family in the house while we were awake.
A storm in the house?
No, while we were in the house, there was a storm going on right around outside.
Okay.
Big storm. Later it has been said that there was no storm there. Well, we know what we experienced, and as far as we're concerned, there was an incredible storm that night. The boys' beds were being lifted up and slammed down overhead of me, but I could not get up out of bed to go up and deal with that or stop it or see what was going on.
What about Kathy?
That's when Kathy was levitating and moving away from me and turning into an old woman. Kathy was mostly asleep that night. Well, I had brought Harry, our dog, up and tied him to the master bedroom doorknob for him to stay there right there. And he kept getting up, walking in circles, throwing up, and then going back to sleep again.
When you say you couldn't get up, you say you didn't sleep on your stomach, right?
Right. I could not get up out of bed.
You literally couldn't move?
No, I could not move.
And this went on all night long?
This went on for most of the night. The bed was soaking wet. And it was from sweat.
Prior to this night, had you been talking to Kathy at all privately? I would assume you would have conversations with Kathy about what was going on aside from the children.
Yes, and she would tell me what Missy would say to her, and the boys were treating each other differently than they had before we moved in there. Everyone kind of went to their own spaces at times. For each of us, we learned later, it was a different experience at times in the house. It wasn't like we all experienced everything in unison or saw the same things or heard the same things.
Well, that's the next question I was going to ask. Do you have any knowledge, George? I asked you about your own state of mind and whether you were perhaps being pushed to do something awful or felt moments of that. I wonder if since you found out that anybody else in the family was being pushed in one way or the other.
You'll need to ask me that again a different way if you would. Sorry, I want to answer this in a way that I am assuming what you're asking me.
Yeah. Are you now aware that anybody else in your family was being affected in a particularly negative way, perhaps to the degree that they might have done something awful? And if you don't want to answer that...
No, I'm not aware of that. No, that's not... The boys were little.
Unfortunately, in America, we live in a time where little boys have done some pretty awful things. And so, if there really was... If there was evil in that home, George, its effect could have been different on each and every one of you.
It was different on each of us, Art, but it wasn't, I don't think of it in those terms. I haven't never considered that was a strong possibility. One of the things we did, though, going back to your previous question, though, and this will probably help with this, is we tried to talk to Father Ray a number of times. We got phone static, got hung up on, unable to call him from the house. I would go to my office and I'd be able to talk to him and tell him what was going on. We asked him to come back to the house to bless it. The blessing hadn't worked. That when we got through to him the next morning after our last night there, and he asked us why we were still there, that's when it was like slammed home. We got to leave. He's not coming here. He's not going to do anything, and we're not going through any more of this.
Well, did he ever break down and actually tell you what he really thought about that house? Obviously, if you said, well, you're still there like that.
Yes, he did.
And then,
but it was after we moved out.
Yeah, and what did he say?
His words were almost parallel to Father Malachi's in some ways. He said they knew about the house, meaning the Archdiocese, the Catholic Church.
Oh.
That they knew that there had been things that had gone on when the DeFeos were there. The DeFeos had masses said there, which may have very well triggered what went on for them, just like having the house blessed did for us. When I heard, and I never heard the words myself on your show that Father Malachi said, but when I heard that he said the church knew about this,
yes,
that was not a surprise to me. It was a surprise that he said it on the air live, because the church has denied and denied and denied the existence of evil in the house at that time.
Well, George, Father Martin admitted and said a lot of things that the church, as an organization, would not be willing to. Father Martin was close to a couple of popes. He was way up in the Catholic Church at one point. Father Martin said some things about the Church and the Vatican itself that I'm sure the Vatican would have preferred he not say. But
that was I considered that truly a heroic act.
Oh, indeed.
When I heard that, because the Church has gone to great lengths in different interviews and at different times to deny that there was any validity to this case, and for him to say that and know it. And I've heard this from other priests privately over the years, but the Church has never, said, look, we knew there was a problem with the DeFeos in that house, and we believe that there's something really wrong there. It's
a strange thing, George, when you think about it a little bit. My wife is a non-practicing Catholic. I'm not a Catholic, and I think I'm not very strictly in a church religious way. That's not me. I think that I certainly believe in a creator and so forth and so on, but I think it's strange, George, that the church itself, which preaches that there is a God and there is a heaven and there is all the rest of it, seems, particularly in modern times, to be in denial about the opposite, about evil, which so obviously to even a halfway rationally thinking person ought to be. If you've got good, there seems to be an opposite to everything, then there's also evil in the world, and the church seems to be in official denial about evil. You agree with that?
I think of it in a different way. I'm not going to say that I disagree with you. I understand why you say what you do. And I have no idea really why I'm more tolerant maybe than being so quick to condemn the Catholic Church like so many people are right now.
I don't know if this is I don't know if it's condemnation.
I understand, but look, I'm a divorced Catholic. I can't partake of the sacraments. I became a Catholic after this, voluntarily. At one point I was a Eucharistic minister in San Diego, at the Mission San Diego de Alcala, which is the basilica in San Diego. Nothing pleased me more than to be a part of the church. But when I got divorced from Kathy, that was my ability to partake of the sacraments was gone. And that hurt, and it still does. I went to Mass for the first time on Christmas Eve, first time in something like 12 or 13 years, this last week. And it wasn't the same as going to a Mass that Father Ray said. When you went to Mass with Father Ray, it was a joyous celebration. And this was a serious Christmas Eve Mass, and there was nothing wrong with it. It was like the heart had gone out of some of it. And I miss that. And I will always support the Church, the Catholic Church, and if they have, for their reasons, done and said things that they believe are right, and they can believe in their heart is true, okay. But we have pictures of apparently what is a very good likeness of Padre Pio, who is now Saint Pio, in the house appearing to there on the side of a moose head that was my grandfather's. And at the time that picture was taken, Lorraine Warren is one of the psychics who was in the house, who's been on your show, was saying a prayer to Padre Pio, asking him to come and be with her in spirit there at the house. This is during the investigation. And so, I don't, the picture is more important to me than what the church says, what some priest says that wasn't there.
Yes.
Okay? The picture means more to me. And I hold Padre Pio very dear in my heart, and always will.
George, the last night in the house, do you remember the time, the actual time of day you left? Was it morning? Was it nighttime?
Somewhere around 4 in the afternoon.
4 in the afternoon, really? So you had that horrible night where you couldn't get out of bed, and then you had all day long until 4 in the afternoon before you left that house. What was that day like?
Well, it's that's that idea that the house doesn't want you to leave. Getting out of that house wasn't easy, even after Father Ray saying, "What are you still doing there? Get out! Go! Can't you go someplace? You can go to Kathy's mom's house. Go someplace. Go to Lee's mom's house."
Did he think you could ever get back in, or did he mean leave and don't ever go back?
No, he never. I don't think we would have left if he had said, as silly as that sounds, I don't think we would have left if he had said to us, "No, you're leaving, and you're leaving your stuff, and you're not coming back, and forget it." I don't think he could have gotten us out. I think without him choosing the right words, that was one of those things about meeting him that was just so extraordinary about him. He later went on and got a degree in forensic psychiatry.
Uh-huh.
He just knew what to say to move you, to get you to do what you needed to do, even if you were in denial. The only other priest I ever found like that was the Archbishop of Canterbury's exorcist, Reverend Neil Smith. And that was years later when we did a book tour for the original book in London, England. We met with him through a reporter for the for the London Times. Her name is Dani Brooke, and she had even published a book on natural childbirth. She was quite a well-known reporter at the time, and she introduced us, made arrangements to meet with Reverend Neil Smith, and he performed for us what some people would call an exorcism. I call it more of a blessing, but it was a rite of separation in the Anglican Church, and it was a separation from the house, from the effects of the house. He looked right at Kathy and said, "You're still affected by this."
Did Father Ray think that if you didn't leave that house, somebody was going to die?
Yes, he did.
Hold on, George. George Lutz is my guest. He, along with his family, lived the Amityville horror. Tonight you're hearing what really went on in that house. From the high desert, I'm Art Bell. Don't fear the Reaper. I don't fear death, but I do fear evil. There's a big difference, I think. Now, George, I'm going to revisit this again, and I know you've never really answered this publicly when I asked you about your state of mind through this and whether you ever thought that you were perhaps on the edge or even considering, even flitting through your mind that you might do something bad. There was a story that you took your gun. You had a gun.
Yes,
right?
I'm sorry, I can't get this to go off of speakerphone now, so I'm going to have to talk to you on the speaker. I hope that's...
Oh, that's really bad. Let's see, just put it on hold and then pick up the phone. Try that.
Didn't work.
It didn't work?
No, sir. For the whole break, I've been trying to get this to go off the speaker. I was on the speaker so I could make sure I got back here on time.
Oh, my goodness. All right. Maybe it's still following you from Amityville. I mean, that shouldn't be.
No, this is the first time it's ever happened with this.
So I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to call your number back.
Okay, if you hang up on me, then I'll just pick it up and it won't be on speaker.
You got it.
Okay, sorry
all right.
about this.
That's all right. Maybe something is following us. Who knows? Wait a minute. I don't want to do that. I don't want to do that. Go away. There we go. Well, now isn't that strange? My phone is acting strange, too. Try this again. All right, let's give it a try. This is really weird. You never know. You never know. Sometimes just talking about these things seems to bring them on. I've been concerned about that for years. Let's give it a try here. George, are we back on the phone?
Yes, I am.
All right. Oh, very good. All right. Let me try again now. George, again, with regard to your state of mind, there was a story that you went to the Amityville Police Department and you turned in your gun, saying that you perhaps had an impulse to murder your family. Is that a bogus story, or did you turn in your gun?
I had a license to carry a firearm in Nassau and Suffolk counties in upstate New York, but not in the 5 boroughs in New York City.
Right.
And the Sullivan Act in New York prohibits it, and it's a felony.
Right.
So we were going into the city, so the proper thing to do is to drop it off at a local police station. That's what I always did.
Uh-huh.
No, nothing else to that story.
So there was nothing about any impulse or any of the rest of it. It was just you dropped it off.
Right. That's what you're supposed to do.
Were you ever concerned about the fact that you were in possession of a gun? I mean, did that ever give you pause for thought?
Well, it's a responsibility, but not in terms of the house.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, okay. That's what I meant. Yeah, not in terms of the house.
No, I had a cash payroll for my business. That's why I had a license to carry. It's not an easy thing to get.
I know. All right. You left the house 4 o'clock one afternoon. You just, enough is enough. You left. I mean, did you, what did you think at that moment? Did you think, look, I'm leaving this house. I'm never coming back. I'm going to leave everything I own virtually in the house and just get in the car and go?
No, absolutely not. Probably would not have left the house, Art. Probably would not. I wouldn't have been able to give it up. My boats, motorcycles, everything was there.
Yeah, I know.
A little thing like the 16mm movies of my whole family. I had just gotten them from my mom so that I could put them together and make a family movie from the time we were little kids. Mm-hmm. All of that kind of stuff. I mean, it just goes on and on and on. No, we were going to Kathy's mom's to stay there at Father Ray's direction, suggestion, and that was the mission. Just leave the house with the boys, a couple changes of clothes, and go. Get the dog and go.
Mm-hmm.
So that's what we did. It was the world became very small there. You didn't want to go out, and leaving the house was a problem. And so to venture someplace, you had to, form it in your mind. I didn't go to the office anywhere near as often as I had before this. I mean, before I'd go, 6 days a week, sometimes 7. I'd be lucky to show up 3 times a week while I was living in that house.
Really? Really? So it was having a profound psychological effect on you.
It changed everyone's point of view about life and what was important. When Kathy always described the house as charming, and then she thought about it after we left and said, yeah, it really was charming. It really charmed her.
Huh. So you intended what then? When you left, you were going to come back? In other words, you thought you would come back eventually?
Oh, yes. And for, let's say, the first week out of the house, the hardest thing for me was to drive past that exit and go on to Kathy's mom's house. All my stuff is there.
And keep going, yeah. So,
and there were a couple times when it was a real struggle to just mentally keep going to Kathy's mom's house and not stop and check on my stuff.
So, George, why didn't you go back? What stopped you?
I went back once with another psychic. His name is Dr. Heffernan. He said that he cleared the house. He said that we would... Kathy didn't come with me. It was a Sunday afternoon. He had a little girl with him. He went into trance. He had someone else with him as well. And he said we would smell violets and know that the house was cleared. I didn't smell them. I wasn't convinced. And that was the last time I was there.
So
When Laura DiDeo found the Warrens and got them to come down, she had wanted to get Hans Holzer to come, and he was busy at the time. He went to the house later. I met with them, gave them the key, but I would not go in the house.
yeah, I heard that.
The idea was to get the house fixed. When they tell me the house is fixed, then I'll go back, but not until. And when Ed Warren said this is, and he wanted, then they went in, Ed and Lorraine and Laura Dale went in the house, and Ed said he wanted to put more people together and come back with a team. And we invited in the people from Duke University, from the Psychical Research Institute there. And, Mary maybe didn't make it clearer earlier this evening. She had her own school where she taught psychic in Connecticut, and after leaving the house, she moved to Florida. She up and left. The house affected her life so much they came in with the team, and they all met and gave, they still had the key, and it was like, okay, go do what you're going to do. And when Ed came back afterwards and said, I'm not going back, I can't do this, and you're going to have to get an exorcist to come in and exorcise the house. He's going to have to say Mass in the house, and basically he'll be putting his life on the line to do it. How do you go and ask someone to do that for a house?
Yeah.
So then the idea started to settle in that we're stuck here now. We've got everything there. I've still got my business, and we're living in Kathy's mom's house, but life can't continue this way.
Was there a profound change when you moved to your relative's house? I mean, was there a profound relief? Was it obviously at that point over, or was something still with you?
No, it kept going on. It kept going on, but it was different. Kathy turned into the old woman again in front of her mom, which then gave a witness that was different from just me.
Sure.
Kathy and I, when we took the polygraph tests years later with Chris Gugas, one of the things we wanted to make sure that got covered in the test was, is it true that you levitated at your at Kathy's mom's house after leaving the house in Amityville? And yes, we did. And we levitated together that time, and that was a pleasant experience. That was not scary or frightening. We were talking to each other, and we were in the bedroom. And we shared a little single bed there, a little cot. But that wasn't an unpleasant experience by any means.
George, does Kathy still talk about this or not?
She did for the History Channel 2 years ago. Right now, even getting up is a real problem for her physically.
Mm-hmm.
But there's 8 hours of tape that MPH has that we did that interview side by side. So I would have to say yes, of course.
When the current owners of that house now say that nothing is going on, that they believe the house is clear and everything's just spiffy and okay, do you buy that?
I'm glad that they're able to say that, and I have no reason to think otherwise. I'm not there, haven't been back there in 25 years. Whatever's going on for them is their business. They knew what they were buying when they bought it.
Well, by then they certainly did.
We gave it back to the bank. Couldn't stomach the idea of selling it to another family.
You know, that's another thing that I think the audience should understand. There have been allegations over the years that this was a hoax, that some big money-making affair on your part. So you lost the house. You had to give the house back to the bank, and while people have made millions, I guess, on the book and the movie and whatever all else has come out about Amityville, the History Channel, I forget, or ABC, I can't recall which one, said, look, the Lutzes may have made a grand total of $300,000, minus, no doubt, attorney's fees and a lot of other stuff.
No, so I think the $300,000 would be the expendable after the taxes and all the rest.
And even after attorneys.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
There've been a number of lawsuits about this over the years. What happened is we moved out in January of '76. We bought it in November, so 28 days later when we moved out, which is like a full cycle of the moon, which I don't know whether that matters or not. But eventually I sold my business. I put it up for sale in the Long Island, in the New York State Surveyor's Civil Engineering magazine, and the first buyer bought it. We wrote up a contract right then and there between the two of us. A couple days later, his attorney and my attorney put it into formal language, transferred the ownership. My grandfather had died during that time, and some of his furniture that my mom and my aunts did not want from his house, we got some of that furniture, and I had one motorcycle that I managed to hold on to and salvage from the whole thing. A couple people went in on Easter Sunday for us and got my grandfather's chest back out, which was just about all that we were able to get out of the house. We donated the food to the Salvation Army, and that was it for that. On Mother's Day of 1976, we landed in San Diego on a plane. We gave the car away. One of the last office cars that I had, gave it to the guy that was at the ticket place where you show up at JFK, and said, here's the keys, here's the title.
Oh,
you don't need it. And
you were really cutting all ties, weren't you?
Oh, it was gone, yeah, you bet. I had one car still there that we had bought. We got rid of the van because it developed a problem that wouldn't go away. So I had bought a 1973 Thunderbird, a used car that we used, and then I left that at Father Ray's rectory, and we went on out to San Diego. And we got off the plane there, and we had hotel reservations up in Del Mar, and we stayed at the Del Mar Inn for a couple weeks, and Kathy found a condo for us to rent over in La Jolla, and we stayed there for a while, and then I went back to get the car, and meanwhile Kathy had found a house out in Tierra Santa, and we moved there and rented a house for a couple of years. And then eventually we bought a house up in Carlsbad.
And at this point, do you think the effect of what had happened to you was gone or still in some way with you?
I kind of always looked at it like it had a half-life. I eventually came to believe that the half-life wasn't necessarily the same as it would have been for something radioactive, but that as time went on, it would go away, it would get less, There were many times when we really made an effort not to blame everything that went wrong in our lives on the house.
Yeah.
And so we would be asked, and we'd say, it appears to be over. It's over. For us, it's gone. And then so many other things would go wrong. I'll give you an example. When we left New York, we didn't have a book contract. We had Weber, DeFeo's attorney, had asked us to sign a book contract with him, and we refused because of all this was a really thick contract, and it was very disturbing. This was a guy that was trying to get us to donate the house to his corporation and then take lie detector tests, and if we failed the lie detector test, then we were going to give him the house anyway and everything else, plus he was going to get to say what we did with the rest of our lives with regard to the story, and it was just beyond belief. Plus he was going to pay DeFeo 5% of proceeds for murdering his family. So a friend of ours hooked us up with Tam Mossman, who's the editor for Jane Roberts' books, the Seth Speaks books that Prentice Hall had published, and Tam Mossman knew Jay Anson and had suggested him. We met with Jay Anson. We spoke with him. We gave him the research materials we had done on the house and some tapes that Kathy and I had done just to undo this. We were sitting around talking about it at Kathy's mom's house afterwards, over the weeks after we had left the house, and said, look, we're not going to sit down and be interviewed about this. You can do what you can from the tapes, and then we'll try to correct whatever you write or help you out with that, but we're just not going to relive this. We've done it once, and we're not doing it again. We did it for the tapes. We went to California, and a year and a half later, as the end of August in 1977, is when we actually had a book contract. Then, right after that, Anson sold the rights for the movie rights to CBS without our permission. He just went ahead and did it. And then AIP found out about American International Pictures, and what they did was they went and got the rights from CBS and came to us and said, we're going to make a movie. And we said, how are you going to do that? You don't have our permission to do that, and it's our story. And so we had to renegotiate all of that, and in the process of that, then we were finally able to get some control back over what happened with the story in the future. Not then, but in the future. So we got what's known as the sequel rights, which is very rare. You just don't do that, and it was just one of those things that just happened to work out right. Who was ever thinking of sequels then?
Oh, of course.
Anson did a deal with us that it was about 8-9 years later that we discovered that he and Myron Saland, who he had worked for at the time at Professional Films, they became the producers for the movie, and so far they've made about $22 million personally between the two of them.
So in other words, a lot of people have made a lot of money.
Well, Anson and Saland, from this, the author of the original book, he made at least $10 million for himself.
Millions and millions. And
Yes.
you've cleared maybe 300,000.
We cleared after taxes and lawyers, yeah.
300,000. So
We got the sequel rights, so no one can do anything with the Amityville Horror story in the future without our permission.
Mm-hmm. Which may, I guess one can hope, will turn out well for you. Who knows?
Well, my attitude about it has always been one that not necessarily everyone understands or agrees with, but it's one I came to on my own, and that is that whatever exposes this stuff happens, and we didn't know that, and we learned that from the people that we were fortunate enough to meet along the way, and people don't talk about it, and we can understand why they don't, because we understood there'd be controversy, and we understood there'd be naysayers, and
Oh, there's always those, George. I've had them all the time I've been doing this program. Stay right where you are. We'll be right back. When we get back, we'll try and pick up a few questions from all of you out there. You've got the numbers. We're here.
It's 2 a.m. Figure it out. The gun's still warm. Yeah, there's a storm on the loose. Sunbeams in my head. Wrapped up in silence, all circuits are dead. Can I be cold? My whole life spins into a frenzy. Some velvet morning when I'm straight, I'm gonna open up your gate and maybe tell you about Phaedra and how she gave me life, how she made it in. Some velvet morning when I'm straight. Flowers growing on a hill, dragonflies and daffodils learn from us very much. Look at us, but do not touch. Phaedra is my name.
To reach Art Bell in the Kingdom of Nye, from west of the Rockies, dial 1-800-618-8255. East of the Rockies, 1-800-825-5033. First-time callers may reach Art at 1-775-727-1222. Or use the wildcard line at 1-775-727-1295. To reach Art on the toll-free international line, call your AT&T operator and have them dial 800-893-0903. This is Coast to Coast AM with Art Bell on the Premier Radio Networks.
It is. George Lutz is my guest. He, with his family, lived the real Amityville horror. In a moment, we'll get back to him. If you have a question, that's what our phone lines are for. So, it's now or never. I'm intensely curious about something, George. You contacted me, and you obviously then wanted to do this interview. I wonder why.
You're going off the air, and I never have talked to you. You have
That's true.
the greatest respect around the country,
Oh, that's
around
very
the world
kind. Thank
about
you.
these kinds of things.
Well, I surely appreciate your having contacted me.
And there's another side to this, and you and I spoke of this.
Yes.
The part about Father Malachi Martin was very important to me. I haven't been able to verify it with your archives. It's just my inability to find the right program when he said that, and when he exposed it for what it was, and that was very important to me. But also, over the years, there have been some, I don't know another way to put it, real loudmouth people about, calling this a hoax, and it's not a hoax. And I've gotten to the point where I'm really tired of even hearing that.
Yeah, I never thought it was a hoax, George, for what that's worth.
It's the kind of thing that has hurt my family for a long time, and I've gotten to a place mentally or spiritually with it all that just says, bring it on, because this is what happens. This is the truth. These things happen, and I understand why people don't talk about them when they do happen to them. In my own opinion, I would do fiction books based on fact, and factual books, anything at all to expose the existence of this stuff, to get people to read about it and question it.
All right. I've got somebody else you might know on the phone. Joel Martin. Joel was the Long Island correspondent for the Associated Press at the time of the DeFeo massacre, the first reporter actually to arrive at the scene of those murders. Joel, hi. Thank you for getting to us. You're on the air, Joel.
Oh, good morning, Art.
Good morning.
Hi, Joel.
Joel. The time to talk to me. Yes. Hello, George.
I haven't. You and I have really never met.
No, we were on the History Channel special together, and we talked on the phone years ago, but somehow we kept missing each other.
We were on the Lou Gentili show at the
Yes,
same
I was on
time.
the Lou Gentili show recently as well.
Yes.
And as you know, I was the first reporter there that horrible night in November of 1974, and I saw one of the dead bodies and later was questioned by the DA, and then, became involved with the side of the story that called it a hoax, as you just referred to. And, I, had years and years of listening to Stephen Kaplan debate the Webbers and, the Warrens about whether it was true or not. And I really have not the same opinion as Steve Kaplan has, that it was a hoax, and I don't believe that at all. What I wanted you to do, I was hopeful, was to clear up some of the questions I had, because when I was there the first night in 74, I never thought the story would continue. Then, 5 years later, I had that exclusive radio interview with Bill Weber, and he contradicted a lot of what you said, or at least, raised doubts about it.
Joel, what do you want cleared up?
What I'd like cleared up is what George Lutz's opinion is of what Kaplan said, which was counter to what George said, and what Bill Weber said, which took issue with what George said. And I don't want to argue it. I would just love to hear George's opinion, simply because we haven't met to talk about it.
All right. George?
Actually, you can add a new one to that, someone that calls herself Geraldine DeFeo as well. And I understand, that...
East to the Rockies. Call toll-free 1-800-825-5033.
That he interviewed you recently.
He met me. He and Geraldine did both meet me. That's right.
Did they interview you?
Well, they asked questions. Frankly, it wasn't a formal interview where we sat down and they, said, "Well, let's take notes." It wasn't the kind of thing a reporter does. But yeah, they definitely questioned me. And they definitely.
And is she someone that you knew back then?
Was he?
Geraldine.
It's interesting about Geraldine. Geraldine claims to be married to Ronnie DeFeo.
Yes.
Geraldine's physical appearance today, to be kind, is not anywhere near what it looked like back in the 1970s. Now, I don't know what her role was back in the 1970s, but if you ask me, do I recognize a girl who looks something like that back around the time when this happened, yeah, she does look like her. But what she did or what her role was, you would know. And those are the kind of things I was curious about getting answered, since I never believed, or I never thought I'd fall into the story, though, so heavily.
Did you ever hear back then that she was married to him?
Back then?
Yes.
No.
Nothing like that?
No.
No one ever knew that?
No.
There was never brought up in the trial, not by Weber, no one?
No.
So for all practical purposes, in the 70s, she didn't exist?
For all practical purposes, there was a girl who looked like that, but in terms of the story she tells, no, I never heard that story in the 70s. I never heard that story until much, much more recently. But, I recall the face, but that doesn't necessarily suggest that what she says is, exactly what happened.
Well, Joel, you've obviously followed this story for all these years.
Oh, God, yeah.
Are you I mean, how do you feel? I mean, do you think something happened in that house that took the Lutzes out of it?
Yeah, you know what I think, frankly, I did not have the privilege of interviewing Malachi Martin more than one time, and I know you did many, many times.
Yes, I did.
Yeah, but I tend to agree with this concept that you mentioned before, and I don't know if you're referring to your own or Malachi Martin's. I've been listening to it since this began. It's fascinating, by the way. I'm thoroughly enjoying it. I think that if you say there's good, you have to say there's evil.
Mm-hmm.
And I do think that if you fool around with things that you don't understand, you could be fooling around with things that are evil.
And do you think that's what happened to the Lutzes?
Yeah, absolutely.
All right, Joel, thank you. And do you, I'm going to go ahead and disconnect there. Do you want to go ahead and address anything? George, do you want to?
Sure, I'd like to deal with what Joel brought up, which was about Stephen Kaplan and William Weber.
Yeah, fire away.
They're individuals that came to us in different ways. We sought out Weber, found out that he was the attorney for DeFeo, and so we contacted him through a friend of ours, Mimi Vetter, who worked as a receptionist, I believe it was, or an assistant of some kind at his dentist's office. She got a hold of him for us. We talked with him on the phone, told him that we had lived in the house, that we believed we had information that would help get him help of some kind, help get DeFeo help, and we agreed to meet with him. And he came over to Kathy's mom's a couple of Saturdays, and we sat and we talked. At one time, he introduced to us a fellow who was supposed to be a criminologist who eventually did an article that was unauthorized that was published in Good Housekeeping magazine, and another one in the New York Mirror, I think it was, in the Sunday News Mirror. Weber is a slick guy. He's the guy that will say what he wants to fit the moment. It became obvious to him when we left for California and had our attorney, Frank Giorgio, notice him formally that our story was ours and we were not going to do a contract with him about a book, and we didn't want anything more to do with that. We weren't interested in dealing with him. And they wrote back and acknowledged that, and then he goes and he gets Paul Hoffman to do this Good Housekeeping article, and Furnace Hall wasn't even going to publish the book after that was done. It wasn't that the article was inaccurate. The problem was that was done without our permission under less than honorable circumstances, to say the least. I mean, this guy was represented to us as a criminologist helping Ronald DeFeo get mental help, and instead he's a writer trying to make money for Weber.
Yeah, still, I can't for 1 second imagine that you would have 2 seconds of interest in helping in any way or feeling compassion for DeFeo unless you understood a very profound reason why you should feel that compassion, and that could have only come from your experience in the house. I mean, where else? I mean,
and this guy killed that. I mean, he just literally took that possibility of DeFeo not sitting in jail for no, and I shouldn't say no reason, but for no good purpose. I mean, he belongs in jail, don't misunderstand it, but a mental jail, one where he can get some help.
Yeah, I understand, and we're so short on time. First time caller line, very quickly. You're on the air with George Lutz. Do you have a question? Hello? Going once. Going twice. Gone. Wildcard line, you're on the air with George Lutz. Do you have a question?
Art?
Yes.
Okay. I want to ask him if the proof of this personal proof of evil in his life is resulted in a really a personal proof of goodness. I mean.
Oh yeah, that's a good question. I think we answered it the other way around.
Yeah.
But really, George, the fact that you experienced that evil validates the fact there's this good as well, right?
Father Ray taught me something very interesting that at first almost sounded sacrilegious in a way. It sounded weird. He said, you know, the thing about prayer is that it makes God say yes when he had said no all along.
That answers it, I guess. East of the Rockies, you're on there with George Lutz. Hi.
Hi. Do you think that your wife, you mentioned that she looks almost like a crone for once or twice or several times. Do you think, did she realize that change was taking place, or was that just in your eyes that happened?
No, she realized that she could look in the mirror, and when her mom was there, it was worse.
Yeah, remember, sir, her mother saw this as well. It wasn't just George. Right?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
You're very welcome. West of the Rockies, you're on the air with George Lutz. Do you have a question?
Yes, hello?
Hello.
Ardell, this is my last farewell. I'm a great fan.
Thank you.
God bless you, and this is probably the last time I'll be ever talking to you for the rest of my life. So God bless you, and I hope and pray that your back will heal.
Thank you.
And first and foremost, I heard a rumor that the property has a history of some kind of Indian burial ground or some kind of...
Oh, yes.
Of that the ground itself was either sacred or it had some kind of Indian connotation.
I actually heard a rumor that some Indian artifact or skull even had been found at that property. Is there any truth in any of that, George, that you're aware of?
When we first visited the Amityville Historical Society, we obtained maps and all kinds of information that we turned over to Anson that included that area as having been a place where there were Indians buried, and that they're insane. The ones they didn't know what to do with were... There was even a rumor at the time, and printed in some of the stuff in the Historical Society, that said they were chained to trees and left to die there. Not the nicest of circumstances by any means.
All right.
When the Amityville story was published, all of a sudden the Historical Society secreted that information away. We've, through other people, have been in contact with previous curators that know of this and are willing to talk about it. But as far as the town is concerned and the Amityville Historical Society, no, that was never true. What happened later was, and I was still talking about some of Weber. Weber invited Hans Holzer to come in and investigate the house. Now, Holzer is on shows like Joel Martin saying, this whole thing's a hoax. But then he's calling up Hans Holzer to go in and verify that the house is haunted. Pretty weird stuff when you put the two things together. Why is this guy double-dealing this way?
How does the town of Amityville now handle all of this? I mean, since...
Well, they're not going to shut Holzer up, and Holzer says, without a doubt, what happened there with Ethel Johnson Myers when she went in trance was there's an Indian chief, and he's quite angry, and he's not going to go away until some things are restored back the way he thinks they should be. Now, I don't know about that. I wasn't there. I didn't own the house at the time. Weber made arrangements to go in with the bank because we'd given it back to the bank by then. The Historical Society has basically covered it up, from what I can determine, from what anyone else can determine since then.
In your opinion. So, but now the town of Amityville, I mean, they must have a Chamber of Commerce there at Amityville. How do they...
Well, we've never been their favorite people, that's for sure.
No, huh? All right. Wildcard line, you're on the air with George Lutz. Hello.
Hi.
Hi.
Lee, you're obviously right about giving art the respect he's due. I'm honored he took my call. I just want to say, Lee, this whole experience is obviously very personal to you, but as I heard, and I listened very intently to the Art's whole interview with you, I was kind of shocked when you got to the part that you said you and Kathy weren't together anymore, and I was wondering if you can say when you divorced and why, if it had anything to do with this or her turning into an old woman. That just seemed kind of
her turning into an old woman didn't have anything to do with it.
Yeah, but did the half-life of what happened and still maybe in some way present, do you think that had anything to do with it, George?
The reasons we got divorced are really personal. We went in separate directions with regard to our own personal lives and religion. Our main interest, and we still talk, is the kids and
of course
their lives, and we're both very proud of our kids, all 5 of them, and we went on and had 2 more children after we left. 3 of my daughters today are ministers.
Isn't that something?
We couldn't be prouder of them, and so the reasons we got divorced, they're our own reasons. They're not something for the public, but we really just did go in separate ways.
And you don't think any of there was any residual effect that I mean, sometimes it's really hard to know what drives something, but you think you think it had really nothing to do with it. Is that right?
No, it's not right. I will say this much. We disagreed about exposing the house, in that my own thoughts are, and my own belief is, that whatever exposes what went on there, whatever gets people to talk about this as a real problem that exists in the world, that's shoved under the carpet every moment that it possibly can be, and in all kinds of ways, and with all kinds of confusion, it should be exposed. As far as Kathy is concerned, her point is that she only wants to deal with the nonfiction part and does not believe that fiction also helps to do that. So we differ right there, and that wasn't the reason we got divorced, but when it comes to the house and disagreeing about some things afterwards, then that's part of it.
So there's really no part of all this that has not affected your life, is there?
Yeah, I guess you could say that.
Even through your cold and all that, you've still got a good sense of humor, George. Listen, we're out of time. I really don't know how to thank you for coming and giving me this interview toward the end of my time on the air, permanently anyway. And so, George, thank you.
Art, thank you for having me on. And anyone that's interested in any more that they would like to find out about this, the Lou Gentili show, LouGentili.com, has an archive up for a whole Amityville week that we did earlier this year. So that might help also.
All right, my friend.
Thank you, Art.
I appreciate the interview. I appreciate how candid you have been, and take care, my friend.
I wish you well, and I'll send you what you asked for.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Good night. Good night, George. Good night, all. And here's Crystal to take us out from the high desert. Ta-ta.
Midnight in the desert, shooting stars across the sky. This magical journey will take us on a ride, filled with the longing, searching for the truth. Will we make it till tomorrow? Will the sun shine on you? Midnight in the desert, and we're listening. Ooh, we're listening to you.
From the high desert and the great American Southwest, I bid you all good evening, good morning, good afternoon, wherever you may be in the world's 25 time zones, each and every one covered by a nice warm blanket, as opposed to a nice warm kiss. That'll be the extent of my comment on the debates. Midnight in the Desert. I'm Art Bell. And yes, I did watch the entire CNBC debate and have absolutely nothing further to say about it. All right. We're going to do an interesting program tonight, more interesting than I thought originally, with Bill Burns and Joel Martin. And Joel Martin will be up first with something that needs doing. First, a couple of comments on a little bit of news of the day. I don't know if you woke up, I wake up midday. It's embarrassing, huh? Midday. You have to, when you do a show like this, this cannot be at the end of the day. It's got to be, right at the beginning, frankly. Oh, I do have to read the rules. No bad language, one call per show. And so I woke up to this gigantic surveillance blimp, which was flying through the air at the time at about 16,000 feet. And they were frantic. I mean, this was a big, big blimp. One of my listeners actually caught video of it coming down, about to crash into the tree. Unfortunately, he stopped taking the video just before it hit the tree. Anyway, it did finally come down in a remote part of Pennsylvania. I do think, it's my opinion, that they were able to remotely deflate it and bring it down slowly, and when they saw the weather pushing it out toward Pennsylvania, they decided let it go until it gets out into rural Pennsylvania, and we'll bring that sucker down, and I think that's exactly what they did. You remember the deputy who helped my daughter spell? The one who flipped a disruptive student out of her desk and tossed her across her math class floor, right? Well, that deputy is now not working. He was given his walking papers. His actions were deemed unacceptable. So, in the next 72 hours or so, according to Andrew Stimian, a scientist at the Berkeley SETI Research Center, 2 bigger, more sensitive telescopes will be commandeered to observe the star we're all waiting for news on. These additional telescopes will be trained on my favorite star. I wish it had a name. We really should come up with a name for this star, KIC 8462852. Kind of not much of a name to attach to something, might have little green guys crawling around on it. Anyway, the big telescopes all around the world will be trained there, and for 72 hours they're going to listen like crazy. And here's hoping they hear something. And then this thing that, this is such a crazy story that I don't know how to tell it. But it's true. An unknown man-made object is screeching toward Earth right now. They say an unknown man-made object is headed for Earth. Now, this is not something in orbit that's decaying and going to burn up back in the atmosphere. This is not something that they hadn't accounted for, an old bolt or a glove or whatever coming down. This is something streaking toward Earth. So the following story doesn't make much sense to me, but the name of the object, see, they've even given this a name, but not the star. They've named it on the internet WTF. It's apt, all right. The object will make its appearance on November 14th, entering, they say, our atmosphere to burn up harmlessly, they say, over the Indian Ocean. Or, said Anomalous.com, to launch an alien attack on us and end all life as we know it on Earth. Could go either way. A joke, of course, but I hope. But I mean, look, here is something coming to Earth. As I mentioned, not in orbit, not ready to burn up and disintegrate itself upon re-entering and making pretty skies. This is something streaking toward Earth. Now, my first question is, how do they know it's man-made? How can they possibly know at this distance? And it's still got to be pretty far away, right? I mean, have they looked up and saw the sickle and hammer or USA on the side of it? How do they know it's man-made? This is coming from, hello, my Canadian friends, out there. And so, okay, it could be man-made. Maybe it circled the moon, increased its speed as a result, aimed right back at us. Maybe it circled some other planet, did the same thing. And it's coming back to us. But it's pretty weird, and its name is indeed fitting. All right, so we're going to do 2 guests tonight, and they'll be on together, and in the beginning separately, Joel Martin and Bill Burns. Now, these 2 gentlemen have written a book, actually the original of the series, I believe, called The Haunting of America. And as we near Halloween and dead air, we will increasingly be talking about this kind of thing. Let me tell you a little bit about Joel Martin and why I want to talk to him first. Joel Martin is a nationally recognized paranormal expert and best-selling author. Since the early 1970s, Joel has been a radio talk show host. During his career as a TV host, he won the Cable Ace Award. He's a network TV consultant on the paranormal, has appeared on numerous TV shows. Joel is the author and co-author of more than 15 books, including the best-selling We Don't Die. That in itself will make a good question, won't it? We Don't Die. He is also a former teacher. So let's first go to Joel, and let me, just before I punch the button, let me say something. One of the best-known paranormal stories in the world, I guess because of the book and the movie, is the Amityville horror, right? Wouldn't you say? Along with what happened in Snowflake, Arizona, what happened purportedly in 1947, Amityville would have to be right up there, right? And years ago, I had the opportunity, before his passing, to interview George Lutz about what went on at that house. And I am now to have learned, or I guess I'm about to learn, and you're about to learn, that the Amityville horror was a hoax. Now, I feel a duty, more than a duty, I could have skipped this, but I feel more than a duty to reveal something like this as a hoax if that's what it really is. I mean, it's a giant story. There's almost nobody who doesn't know about Amityville and the supposed horrors that went on there. And there were some real horrors, of course. But the supernatural horrors that went on there, according to my coming guest, all made up. Baloney. And if that's the case, I sure as hell want to get it on the air. So, in a moment, we're going to bring on Joel, and he's going to tell us how it is so. Joel Martin coming up. Bill Burns standing by. And this is Midnight in the Desert on Halloween week. What a night to bust Amityville wide open, but that is what we must do.
There are those happy days, they seem so hard to find. I tried to reach for you, but you have closed your mind. Whatever happened to our love? I wish
what it is. So, Joel, welcome to Midnight in the Desert.
Thank you, Art. Thank you very much. Good to be with you.
Good to have you. So, here we go, Joel. You're going to need to make the case to me. I interviewed George Lutz, about what had gone on at the house. A very strong, very long interview. I think it was on 5 hours, probably, with me. 4 or 5.
And he went through everything in great detail, and we even had some other people on the phone, stuff like that, and there was the movie and the book and all that. So you're here telling me tonight that Amityville is a complete hoax. Is that right?
Yeah, I'm telling you that the Amityville Horror, as George Lutz told it, is a complete hoax.
Well,
yes.
Wait a minute. As George Lutz told it.
As George Lutz told it. My immediate perception when it first came to my attention was that it was a complete hoax, period. It was a complete hoax. It is a complete hoax, but there are, well, how can I say this? There is negativity. If there's good, there's bad. If there's good, there's evil. And evil equals negativity, obviously. So
Yeah, but that's true of people in general. There's good people and bad people, right? Here we're talking about carefully laid out details in the book, in the movie, about what happened at Amityville, and you're saying, let's be straight, that's a complete hoax.
It's a hoax. That's all I'm telling you.
All right, how do you know it's a hoax?
All right. For one thing, when this happened, the paranormal doesn't work quite the way George Lutz, may he rest in peace, suggested it does. You don't get 15 or 20 different phenomena flying around the house the way you saw in the motion picture. I mean, there was a demon cat, there were doors flying off their hinges, there was blood in a room, there was some kind of ooze that came out of the walls. The paranormal.
Let's not forget the flies. There were flies.
The fly. That's right.
Okay, so all of that was in the movie, and
yes, it's all too much.
Okay, I know that. Look, any author who's ever had a story turned into a movie knows that they're going to slaughter his book and what he wrote. So
that was in the book.
Yeah.
All I'm describing is in the book.
Right, I'm with you, but no, in other words, movies always over-dramatize and add stuff, for...
Sure.
That's just what they do. But you're not saying this is a case of that. You're saying this is a outright, from the beginning, hoax.
Exactly. It is an outright, from the beginning, hoax.
All right, so two people were murdered in that house, right? Or a family?
6 people.
Six
people.
Six, yeah. That's right. Shotgun.
The mother, the father, 2 boys, 2 girls, 6 members of the DeFeo family were murdered by the sole surviving son.
Right. So then the first tenant in there was George?
Was George Lutz. That's right, George and Kathy Lutz and their kids. And George was not in good financial shape, frankly. And George got a great deal on the house. I mean, he really did.
I bet he did.
House is gorgeous. I was in it several times, and it's in a beautiful, beautiful area. And I was there the night of the murders, and it was a terrible situation.
Where were you the night of the murders? At the house, you mean?
Yes.
What in the world?
Well, no, I was at the radio station where I was news director, and when United Press International called me, the wire service, they asked me to please go as quickly as I could to Ocean Avenue in Amityville.
Right.
This is the 1970s. Remember, it's 1974,
right,
before they had the satellite and
sure,
the electronic news gathering and computers and so forth.
Right.
So the way to gather news was to do it the way they did it in 1874. You ran down to the location.
Gotcha.
And we ran down to Ocean Avenue in Amityville, and there were people standing across the street, so quiet it was surreal. The whole thing seemed surreal. There were police and police photographers and medical examiner staff people there. It was just a terrible, eerie thing to see. I got closer to the house than I probably was supposed to, or than some would have liked, but I knew many of the police officers because I had already been on the radio on Long Island since I was a teenager, which was just a couple of years earlier. And so by going there then, I recognized some cops, and they recognized me, and I kind of inched closer. I inched close enough that I saw them carry out one of the dead children, with a bullet hole in him, and it was not something that you want to see, frankly. And that's the way the story started in November of 1974. Go up a month now, go to December of 1974, January 75, around that time. Just go up several weeks right past the holidays that year. And I get a call from Stephen Kaplan, who you may remember was a vampirologist and a parapsychologist. He too passed away. And Steve said, Martin, which is his nickname for me, I don't know why he didn't call me by my first name, but notwithstanding that, Martin, I need to do a show about an unhaunted house. I said, that's good, Steve. We'll do a beauty pageant with the ugliest guys we find.
Right.
What's the matter with you, you idiot? How am I supposed to do a show about a house that's not haunted?
Yes.
Yeah, it makes no sense. He said, no, this is different. This house purports to be haunted, but it isn't. It's a fake. I said, how the heck do you know that so quickly? He said, I'll tell you if you let me come on the air. I said, all right, come on the air. Show's over to everybody. What the heck?
He didn't tell you what it was?
No, not at first, not until he got to the radio station. He had told me, and I said, all right, genius, tell me now what this is about, please.
Right. Okay.
And then he told me about the story, and everybody on Long Island knew about the story. In 1974, there were not quite the number of murders and the violence that we see today. And so when 6 people in one family in an excellent neighborhood in a quiet community get murdered, it was noticed. There's no question, frankly. He said, something's fishy. I called them, and I offered my services as a parapsychologist to see exactly what was in that house. And they told me, well, we'll get back to you. I said, okay, fine. But they got back, and they didn't want my services. I said, so a big deal. I mean, a lot of girls said that to me in high school and college, and they hung up on me. What's so shocking about, what the heck is so shocking about that? You're not that pretty. He said, no, Martin, listen to me. I offered him free. I don't want any money. I just wanted to know what the heck was going on.
Yeah.
He said, my first suspicion that something was amiss, something was phony, was that they said, no, we don't need your help. We don't want your services. Now, why wouldn't you want me to come in there if I'm a legitimate parapsychologist, which he really was, and I'm willing to investigate?
Well, Joe, I've got to be honest with you. If I lived in a house, even if I knew something evil had happened in it, if somebody called up and said, look, I'm a parapsychologist, I want to come by and, check for ghosts, I honestly don't think I'd go that way. I might go to a priest, but, I'd be very leery of somebody coming at me on the phone like that.
I would, too. I think, frankly, they may have known him, or he may have known them. But I can't argue with that. But they did say no. For some reason, that aroused a suspicion, and they did at some point get a priest in, allegedly, the Lutzes, that is, to perform some kind of an exorcism, supposedly. But Steve never did. He was never able to get into their confidence to do anything about that house or investigating the house, not with them, not with the Lutzes in it. And Steve and his wife went to many, many houses. He was willing to give his credentials. He was willing to give my credentials, but Lutz didn't want it, and I agree with you. Not everybody wants that kind of attention. I would not either. He proceeded to investigate by talking to as many people as he could find about the house, about what went on in there, and he said the paranormal just doesn't act that way. And when he talked about the different people that Lutz had talked to, different people in the area who were involved in the paranormal, they were of mixed opinion. Some said off the record, I don't know. Some said on the record, yeah, maybe. And there was just no way to know. So he continued for 20 years to finally track down the one person of the two who would know whether it was genuine or not. And those two people would be, of course, George Lutz and Ronnie DeFeo, who was the convicted murderer of his family, his attorney. And his attorney...
Why would DeFeo's attorney have knowledge of whether or not it was really haunted?
Because Ronnie DeFeo's attorney, William Weber, and I'll tell you this part of the story where Bill was on the radio show with me, William Weber and George Lutz created this fantasy, and Bill Weber admitted it. It was not a secret once Bill Weber went on the radio with me, and it was not a secret once Bill Weber talked to a reporter named Pat Milton at the Associated Press.
What did Weber, what specifically did he say?
Weber said that the first thought that he had was to plead insanity. I mean, what do you say about a 22-year-old who, or I think he was 22 or 23, who kills his entire family? we're going to plead that he's an orphan. I mean, that's ridiculous. He had no defense.
No. I understand the defense.
The defense was insanity. But then they got a better idea. The heck with that. That wasn't going to work. It's almost impossible in New York State to get an insanity plea through. Very, very hard. In any event, they decided they had a better idea. And the better idea was to say that the place was haunted and Ronnie was possessed, etc. And so they created a hoax. They sat down over several bottles of champagne or wine. I've heard two versions. Bill Weber told me it was champagne. Somebody else told me it was wine. But whatever. It was
wine is, the champagne is bubbly wine.
Bubbly wine, that's right. So they sat down with their alcohol and they started to create a story. So, for example, and the more tipsy you get, the more fun some things become. Silly things that you shouldn't do, like drive a car. But here they were sitting, and they remembered that Ronnie always complained about the neighbor's cat. And because the neighbor's cat annoyed him, I'll clean up the language, Ronnie always called him that blankety-blankety demon cat or demon pig. And so with an expletive attached, he would refer to it as the demon pig. It was really a cat. The business of the walls oozing black. Well, when you washed the walls after the police were there, the fingerprint powder, they did not have DNA in those years, the fingerprint powder just came right off, and that ooze became a kind of a goo or a liquid from what was at one time powder. When they talked about a room oozing blood, I went in that room, and I took my daughter in that room. She was just a little girl at the time. She was maybe 10 at the time. And we went in that room, and it was a crawl space under the stairs that went down to the basement, to a rec room basement. And it was the paint that was chipping. So the paint that was chipping became a red room oozing blood. There was no blood. I even took a couple of chips of the paint. It since has been repainted. I wanted that for some kind of, evidence to show I was not nuts myself. And they said there was green slime coming up out of the toilet bowl. It was the police materials. It was the forensic materials they used that they flushed, and it didn't flush entirely at one time. So back up some of that powder they used came. So each of these things, there was no door that flew off the hinges. There was no gate that flew off the hinges. They made things up outright. The flies were another thing they made up. And they were very, very precise with flies. They said flies were all over the house, particularly in the room of one of the girls. Dawn was her name, D-A-W-N, one of the Fayot girls who was killed. One of Ronnie's two sisters. And if you looked and checked the details, you found out that her room was in a very, very warm part of this house that is a beautiful three-story house at the time, Dutch colonial. And what happened was it was very warm, and please forgive me for being dramatic or maybe nauseating at this hour, but still, it was maggots because she had been left there too long, and she had gone through her time of month, and there was blood there, and there were insects there. They decided to make that, of all things, into a room and a window covered with flies. And to add to the misery, George Lutz said that his little boy, they show it in the movie, his hand clamped down on the window. In other words, his hand was on the windowsill, and the little boy's hand got cut and smashed because it was on the windowsill, and the window came down where the flies had been. Well, they supposedly took the kid to the local hospital, which has long since been out of business, but that hospital, Brunswick, was there then. Brunswick Hospital was the name. And when Steve Kaplan checked the records, there was no record of that kid ever going to hospital for an emergency room or for anything else for that matter. So each thing that Steve looked at just didn't check out, didn't add up. They had a priest in there, and the priest did do an exorcism, but a priest will do that for you. That doesn't mean that anything is wrong just because the priest does it. Steve and I differed greatly on religion. I tend to be, he tended not to be. But that didn't change the fact that something was definitely amiss. And
all
he
right.
continued.
Hold on. We're at a break point, so hold tight.
The Midnight Matter can be explored on Midnight in the Desert with Art Bell. If using Skype from your computer, please be sure to use a headset mic and call MITD 51. That's MITD 51.
It is. I guess I've been involved in most major paranormal happenings in the last many, many, many years, and I certainly was involved in Amityville in the sense that I interviewed George Lutz. A very extensive interview, which you can hear, by the way, and probably should hear. It's in the archives, and it will be interesting in view of what you're about to hear, what you are hearing right now. There's one aspect of this that I want to, I really want to cover with Joel before we proceed, and it's this, Joel. In the book and the movie, Lutz was portrayed as going, I don't know how to put it, steadily downhill, beginning to sort of lose his mind, coming apart, I guess in the way DeFeo was, portrayed, sort of a it's happening again scenario, right?
Yes. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, okay. So that had to be part of the overall plan, as it were. So you're telling me that the lawyer, Weber, right, and George Lutz sat down and cooked up the book and the movie and the details based on the stuff you just said. Is that about right?
That's about right. I mean, that is right. It's not about, it is. That's accurate.
All right.
Sure.
All right.
What is there to say? I mean, they made up a story.
There is more to say. For example,
when you said George was going down, excuse me, Art. When you said George was going downhill,
portrayed as going down.
Well, he was portrayed that way, but people who knew him well suggested that he was in emotional trouble because, frankly, they were having some difficulties emotionally as a result of economics. There was a problem economically,
sure,
as well as whatever fear they might have had from being in that house. I wouldn't have lived in that house right after 6 people were murdered. Call me superstitious, call me childish, whatever. I don't think I would do it.
No, I'm with you.
They did.
I wouldn't either. No. So so George was exhibiting emotional, trauma of some sort.
Well, sure, he was worried about money, some people said. He was worried about the house. He was probably worried about Kathy, because Kathy was afraid of being there, several people told me. There are so many different versions, you see, but they all come down to one thing. There was a need for them to do something about their economic situation. That was not an expensive house by today's standards,
right?
But $80,000 in 1974 or 75 was an expensive house.
Let me back up for historical accuracy and for the audience here.
Yes.
How did the DeFeo trial based on haunting work out?
Based on haunting, it didn't work out at all. What they simply had to do was plead him guilty. There was nothing they could do.
Okay.
And so he was sentenced to 6 lifetimes, and he's still in prison.
Yeah.
And he'll be there, we hope, for the rest of his life. And frankly, he has given so many different versions of what has happened that it's almost impossible to pin down any one version as being the entire truth, the whole truth, and nothing but.
Did DeFeo actually claim external influence in his deeds? I mean, it wouldn't be hard to imagine that even mental illness could bring that on.
That's good. That's a very good question, and the answer is no. You would think he would.
You would think.
Never went along with that insanity business, and the result was that there was never any reason to even discuss it, as far as he was concerned. And he just took his punishment and went off to jail for killing all 6 of them. He and his father did not get along. It was not complicated where they were concerned. The DeFeos were a story that the whole neighborhood knew. It's a fairly close-knit neighborhood, and people know each other pretty well. Very small-town atmosphere in Amityville. And Ronnie and his father did not get along at all. It was just terrible stress and strife and abuse, physically and emotionally.
All right, so then you're telling me there was a meeting between Weber and Lutz. They sat down at lunch, was it?
They sat down at some mealtime, lunch or early dinner, yes.
And they cooked all this up.
Yes.
And forward went the hoax, the story, the book, and then eventually the movie.
Frankly, that's it. That's exactly right. They cooked it up, and the idea was they were going to split whatever came from a book, because there was more money in a book than there was in calling Ronnie insane, when in fact it was going to be almost impossible to prove that. So here's what happens. They make up this arrangement where they're going to have a
handshake deal. Was it a handshake deal?
Handshake.
Yeah, okay.
Handshake.
All right.
Yeah. So you and I shake hands.
Going to split
and then,
money.
You know, it's kind of ridiculous if one of us is a lawyer. I mean, you know, I mean, he skipped out, Lutz. He just took off to the West Coast.
Wait a minute. The book and the movie were probably had a lot of separation in between them, right?
There was about 2 years separation, yes.
2 years. Okay, that's quite a long time. So
it is.
So okay, so the book comes out, and the royalties from the and the royalties, I'm trying to get this straight. The royalties from the book come in,
right?
And George Lutz, you're telling me, holds on to him, doesn't give a penny to his partner in makeup, Weber?
No, he does not give any money to Weber, and if he did, it's been a very closely held secret, because nobody, not even Weber, ever suggested that George Lutz gave him a penny. They fought about it, they discussed it, they talked about it. Lutz apparently stalled him. The movie came out in 1979.
Had to stall him for a couple of years.
That's right. That's exactly right. The movie came out in 1979. I was in a preview of it. I got to see that, and that's why I remember the year very, very specifically. And there's somebody in my family actually who was the director of the film. So that's just a bizarre coincidence, I'm sure.
That is bizarre. All right. So George Lutz got all the money from the book, presumably all the money. Unless it was already signed over from the movie as well. He had all the money, period. And then you said he took off. What do you mean he took off with the money?
He and Kathy moved. They moved to the West Coast.
Well,
they later got divorced.
That's not exactly, fine, but that's not exactly out of reach, the West Coast.
No, not out of reach, but out of reach as far as Weber was concerned, because with nothing in writing, go prove you and I made a deal tonight, you know. I mean,
okay.
Go ahead.
All right, so gotcha. I'm with you. So Weber at this point is really ticked off.
That's a good expression.
The best I can do on this show. All right, so really ticked off, and he does what?
Weber goes to court. Weber is going to bring a lawsuit. Weber wants his cut of the money. He wants his share of what was his part of the creation, and that became the book.
But wait a minute. If Weber does this, I'm just looking at people's motives here. If Weber does this,
sure, he
exposes himself to being disbarred.
I asked him that question, and I'm sure you did too.
No, I didn't.
But you asked George Lutz. I'm sure you asked Lutz the question.
No, I didn't. Not about disbarment of Weber, no.
All right. I asked Bill Weber that, and he said, well, it was a chance I had to take. He said, I didn't feel I did anything wrong, and he said, I didn't fear that at all, and so I wanted what was mine. And what was mine was that he and I wrote it. Well, actually, he wrote the book. I consulted on the book, is the way he worded it.
That's like getting popped for an ounce of marijuana and going down to the police station to get it back.
Yeah, that's right. And there are people who do that.
I know there are. So he's going to sue. He's going to sue to get his portion of the loot from the hoax.
Right. That's correct.
Okay.
Because not the hoax per se, but the hoax that went into becoming a book and a film. And now he wants to make it possible to do so by putting it on the public record. Mm-hmm. Somehow he gets in touch with Steve Kaplan. Actually, I think Steve Kaplan called him, and they get together. And Steve and Steve's wife and Bill Weber get together and they talk, and Steve wants to help. Remember, there are people who said it was true. I'm not saying that there aren't people who to this day will tell you it all happened, you know. But this is Bill Weber we're talking about now. We're talking about the attorney for Ronnie DeFeo.
Yeah, I've got it. Right. Family. I understand. Yeah. So, you know, he files a lawsuit. He files a lawsuit.
Right.
And what happens with that?
the lawsuit is sitting there, and they're going to go to court, but he wants to put it on the record, and he's allowed to legally do it, notwithstanding whatever chance he takes, because somebody might say, listen, you created a hoax, and you're an attorney. I did ask him that, and he said, no, that wouldn't...
I would think his motive, not that I should think about what he thinks, but really, I would think his motive would be, okay, file a lawsuit. Maybe it gets picked up, maybe it doesn't get picked up by the press, and maybe it causes George Lutz to settle.
You got it. That's exactly right.
Okay.
Yes, you do. Yes, you do.
Okay.
That's exactly right. And what he needed to do was find a forum. He needed an outlet for exactly what you just suggested. So he went to all of the major network affiliate stations in New York. To do that, to go on to NBC, CBS, ABC, whatever they were in the mid-'70s. But what happens, mid and late 70s, they didn't want to touch it. They thought legally it was too hot to touch.
It probably was. I probably wouldn't have touched it at that point either. Somebody's going to sue somebody for sure.
Well, sure. And I figured I would be the one who'd get sued when they asked me if I would do it. Kaplan says, Martin, you were there the night of the murders by coincidence or serendipity or synchronicity or whatever. Now would you like to be part of seeing the big finish?
Yeah.
I said, Steve, this is not a joke. But he said, I'm not joking. I'm serious. He said, would you like to interview Bill Weber? And I said, sure, I'd like to interview Bill Weber. I knew who Bill Weber was. It was in all the newspapers.
Do you mean on the radio?
On the radio.
Okay.
Yes, on the radio.
And so you say, sure, bring him on.
Sure. That's what I said.
Okay.
I said, well, what they'll do is sue me, and they'll make me better known than I am. It's a regional show. It covers Long Island, parts of New York. What are you going to do with it? I don't have
that's an attitude.
Well, that's my attitude. I didn't have a penny to my name anyway. I had nothing in my name.
All right. So
whatever I had was somebody else.
So you were you were suing proof.
Absolutely sue-proof.
Okay.
Sue-proof, and my wife had whatever assets we had, and there weren't very many of those because I didn't work for the money. I was on the air every night.
All right, so you put Bill Weber on the air, and what does Weber say?
Weber says we sat down over several bottles of alcohol,
made it
wine, up. Made the whole cockamamie story up. We just made it up. Just like that, and he said, I have to put this on the record, because if I don't put this on the record, then I have no basis to go to court, and maybe this will embarrass him, just as you said. And that's exactly what happened. He did make a settlement. He made a settlement for the simple reason that he didn't want to have it.
You're saying George Lutz made a settlement,
right.
or accepted a settlement, whatever.
Accepted a settlement. Yeah, that's right. You said it exactly right. And I'm looking at the transcript now. Now, I've never listened to the program itself. I've read the transcript of the interview, but I never listened to it. And the reason I never listened to it, I'll tell you right now, and somebody's going to say, oh, you're making it up. If anybody wants to do that, in my old neighborhood, meet me anywhere, because I'll tell you, I have a lot of bad qualities. Lying is not one of them. I don't think the paranormal is something you fool around with, and I don't think that when you're talking to the public, you should, as you said at the opening, that you need to be unethical. If something is not genuine, you say so. That makes the things that are genuine all the more valid.
That's right.
Simple as that. And I agree with you 1,000%. So here we are, Bill Weber and me. I'm waiting for Bill Weber to come to the studio. We're going to put the show on tape, live on tape, which means I wouldn't, you know what it means, but it means for anybody who doesn't know, it means that the show would be taped, but I wouldn't edit it. I would put it in the box. I'd leave it there until it was time to air, and that's that. I touch nothing.
Right.
All right, fine. So I'm sitting there, and it was Thursday, I believe, August 2nd. The date was August 2nd, 1979. And I'm sitting there waiting for Bill Weber. I see a phone lighting, and radio stations, of course, as Art I know, they don't ring, they just light, because you don't want to hear the noise over the air.
That's right.
So I see my private line ringing. I said, that's strange. There's only about 3 people, maybe 6 people in the world who have that line. Nobody has that number. I pick it up, and I go, hello, Martin. And I hear my daughter's voice. It's a little girl. She was even younger than I said before. Well, in 79, she was 10. All right. So I pick it up, and I say, hello. And she said, Daddy? And then she told, says, this is, her name. Mommy's dead. Mommy's been killed.
Oh, my God.
just like that.
Your wife was dead?
She was killed that night, hit by a car.
Whew, I am so sorry.
Yeah. It was...
Well, that's strange timing, isn't it?
The timing could not have been worse, more bizarre, or I don't know. To this day, Art, I swear to God to you, it gives me the chills in places that you're not even supposed to get chills. You know, I mean, the hair on my head just stands up. It was the eeriest thing. I went into shock immediately. I immediately went into a state of shock, and I didn't even know where the heck I was. Bill Weber comes in, and he says, "Hello, how do you do?" And I remember saying, "Hello, how are you?" And he said, "Are you okay?" I remember that. I said, "No." He said, "What's wrong?" I said, "My wife was just killed."
Yeah.
He said, "What?" And my producer was there with me, and the people who worked in the control room.
Right.
And he said, "Do you want to do this another time?" He said, "I've never heard of anything like this." I said, "No, let's sit down and do it since we scheduled it." Art, I'm telling you, I was in shock.
God, how did you even do that?
I don't know. I swear to God, I don't know. I really don't know. All I can think of is I was in a state of shock. My daughter, to this day, I've never really discussed it in public until now, but she's never forgiven me for it. She said, "Daddy, how could you do that?
Yeah.
How could you sit down and do it?"
Well, a state of shock would explain it. The news was that your wife had been run over or hit by a car?
Run over, hit by a car.
Wow.
The guy driving was probably stoned, the police thought, but there was very little that could be done. And when she didn't come back to bring ice cream to my daughter, which is where she had gone, my daughter got concerned, went downstairs and saw her glasses and shoes and jewelry in the street. That's where the NYPD left. That's where the city police left.
Oh, no.
Yeah, and so she saw it and she knew right away, and she just went, "Ah!" And she, gasped and cried and got hysterical. And the neighbors helped her and comforted her as best as they could. And from that point on, your life takes a whole different direction.
I know.
And I was in shock for a very long time.
I know.
And now, whether that's psychic or paranormal, I can't tell. Or was it a coincidence again? Is serendipity?
I don't know. The shock that you go into is very normal.
Yes, the shock is normal, but it's not normal to sit down and wait for an interview.
No.
And 5 minutes before the interview, your wife is killed. Your daughter's mother is killed.
So you do the interview with Weber anyway under these incredible circumstances, and Weber admits the whole thing.
Yes, and that's why I looked eventually, a couple of years later, Steve Kaplan convinced me, Steve and Roxanne, his wife, they convinced me to read the transcript, and I read the transcript, and I was stunned, because I don't remember speaking to Bill Weber.
I'm sure you don't.
No, I don't. I really don't. I know he was there, and I remember him being a nice man, but if you ask me any details about the interview, no, I don't. I don't recall it. I think I may have just sat down and did the interview because I had been in broadcasting and related industries since I was a little boy, back to the golden age of TV, as they called it, and they would beat the heck out of us if we didn't do what we were supposed to do. And so I've got this obedience trait where you sit down and you do the show, the heck with everything else, You can be on fire, but you'll still do the show. It's a strange kind of mentality. So I did it, and a lot of people wondered how, and I can't answer how. I really don't know.
Yeah, I actually managed to finish doing a show last week after somebody fired 4 shots outside my studio with a rifle. And I'm in a very rural area, so it can be done, but anyway, I understand your situation. Listen, there were, I am told, a number of other very, very strange deaths associated with nearly everybody close to this whole thing. Yes?
Yes, I'll give you I'll go very quickly and give you some of the names. The night of the murders, I came home just drained. I was so tired because I had worked all day. And then
I don't want to, hold on, I don't want to break this up because we've got a break coming up, and I want to get the whole story. The Amityville hoax. Now, what comes after, I think starting with the interview that Joel did with Weber continues in a very bizarre way, and we'll get to that. Believe me, we'll get to that. Then we'll get down to biz. This is Midnight in the Desert. I'm Art Bell.
Midnight in the Desert spans the world. To call us from outside the U.S. and Canada only, use Skype with a headset mic if on a computer, and call MITD 55. That's MITD 55.
Well, all right. Once again, back to my guest. I'm calling the shots on the way this interview is coming down, and have completely gone in a different direction because of this news. You know, if I didn't tell you, if I didn't go through this with you, then I wouldn't be worth being on the air, in my opinion. I mean, if Amityville, one of the biggest things that happened in American paranormal history, is BS, and I don't air that, then I'm BS. So that's just the way I feel. So, Joel, welcome back. I do want to tie this up, but there were other deaths that occurred very quickly and very weirdly, also associated with this after all this happened, right?
Yes. The night of the murders, we came home finally, and I was exhausted. It had been such a long and draining day. I'm used to a certain amount of tragedy from being a reporter and seeing horrible things, but it was still a very tragic day. And I come home, I pick up our kitten. We had a new cat, and I picked up the cat. Everything could be coincidence, I understand that, but I pick up the cat just to pet her, and she goes, makes a little sound from her throat, and just dies in my hand.
Wow.
She died, so help me God, she just died in my hand that night. I don't know why. Both of the Lutzes have passed on. Steve Kaplan worked 20 years to prove this was a hoax, and died 2 weeks before his book, The Amityville Horror Conspiracy, came out. The ADA, who prosecuted the case against Ronnie DeFeo, Jerry Sullivan, he died young of a heart attack. One of the children, a son of one of the families who lived there after the Lutzes moved out, he mysteriously died. The mayor of Amityville at the time, who I had interviewed, died a tragic death. He was gone. My wife, as I told you about at the time, was gone. The 6 DeFeos, a number of parapsychologists, which could have been attributed to age, Hans Holzer and that whole group. And you got several other people as well, so that sort of tells you. And among the people who still say it's true is Lorraine Warren. Her husband Ed has passed on, but they were the demonologists, you know, and they still insist that no, or at least she insists, what happened happened. And I'm not so sure. And then I go to St. Charles Cemetery, which is a Catholic cemetery in the neighborhood in this diocese, and I look at the headstones. I went there with Roxanne, with Steve Kaplan's wife, a couple of years ago. We went to pay our respects just because the real tragedy in this case, the real victims are the DeFeos, the people who were murdered. So I go there and I pay my respects at the headstones. I turn to the right, and what do I see? I see a headstone, and what's on the headstone? The maiden name of my wife at the time when she was killed by the car. They had put her maiden name on it, not her married name, and the family's crypt is over there, and there's their name. It's a Germanic name, and there it was, just a couple of feet from where I was standing paying my respects to the DeFeos. And I said, I got to get out of here. I mean, I can't do any more of the story.
Beginning to sound a little more like the Amityville curse.
Yeah, it really does. And I started to change my opinion. I didn't change my opinion that Bill Weber and George Lutz created a hoax. There's no question about that. I didn't mean to suggest that maybe they were telling the truth. No, Bill Weber told me categorically, and then they made it was a hoax. Then they made an out-of-court settlement. What I began to think, or rethink, actually, was the idea really that maybe something maybe something evil. I don't want to say demonic or satanic. I'm pausing for, but I'm not sure I want to use those words. But maybe something evil, negative, if you will, went on there, and I should at least give some quarter to that thought, at least give a couple of moments thought to that possibility.
All right, I get computer messages as I do the program through something called the wormhole. Mark asks, simple question. If your guest is so adamant about this being a hoax, it's not just you, you've actually proven it, it's in the court records, and he had knowledge of it from the jump, i.e. the beginning, why wait decades to begin exposing it? After all, everybody's, now dead, right? So.
Yes, I didn't wait decades because I didn't know. I'm simply a reporter. I can only tell you what I've been told or what I can see, hear, and smell at that moment. Steve Kaplan had the suspicion that it was a hoax. I didn't have any such suspicion. I didn't give it a thought. I just felt terrible that 6 people were murdered by a mutant son. And, let the criminal justice system work, hopefully, so that he would be incarcerated. But other than that, no. What the person writes is a good question, except that I didn't. If I had known back then, would I have let it be known then? Absolutely. As soon as Kaplan said that he thought it might be a hoax, I said, come on then and talk about it. Fine. We'll have both sides. I had the Warrens on. They said it was not a hoax. Steve said it was a hoax. I just didn't know at the time.
And the Warrens were basing their statement on what evidence?
They based their statement on their investigation, they said, of the house, of a seance that was held in the house, that was telecast on one of the local New York channels, Channel 5. And so they had their reasons for saying, it's all true. Well,
based on a seance?
They had a seance, yeah.
But I'm saying that is... That's what proved to them that it was true, a seance.
A seance.
Uh-huh.
A seance. In certain sites they saw synchronicities in the house, nonsense like that. To me, nonsense. This is not your opinion. This is just me. Right. I didn't understand it. I always thought that Ed was very skeptical of it, and Lorraine was very, very sure of it. But, what can I do? Again, I'm a reporter. I'm not there to rip them apart. I was there to question them and to ask them. And so I had both sides on. That was the fair thing to do.
Okay. And speaking of both sides, hold on. Thank you for telling me all that, Joel. As I mentioned, having covered that in detail as I did years ago, interviewed George, very long interview. Wow. The whole thing a hoax. All right. This is supposed to be a two-guy affair. The other guy is Bill Burns, who is a New York Times bestselling author, the creator, consulting producer, writer, and lead host of the History Channel's UFO Hunters. Bill is also one of the creators and guest experts on History Channel's Ancient Aliens, currently featured as a commentator on Discovery's Unsolved NASA Files and the upcoming Reels TV Dr. Feelgood. Burns' forthcoming books are The Life and Times of Mickey Rooney. That'll be is in October. Now, I guess, huh? Psychiatric Criminology in January. UFO Hunters Book 2 in January. And Edison's Last Invention, the Spirit Phone, this coming spring. Did you know that? Edison's last invention was the Spirit Phone? Burns holds a Ph.D. and J.D., was a National Endowment for the Humanities Fellow, and is the co-host of the Dark Matter Digital Network's Future Theater, our very own. So here now are the both of them, Bill Burns and Joel Martin. Hi, Bill. Welcome, and thank you for being so patient.
Oh, thank you, Art. It's always a wonderful story. Joel was an eyewitness to all of this, a first-hand witness, and one of the few people who interviewed the principals in this story. And, of course, Steve Kaplan was the principal investigator into this whole story.
Right.
And Steve Kaplan did, of course, put out the book on the Amityville horror hoax. So he really did expose it after the fact.
Well, I sort of retired not very long after I interviewed George Lutz, and didn't look real hard at the paranormal world. In fact, I was out of the country for a long time, so all of this hit me pretty hard, and I felt, you know what, I did that quite seriously on the air, and I have a responsibility to tell the real story to the audience, so we've done it. Now,
and you also interviewed Malachi Martin, who was one of the people who consulted on this case. And Malachi Martin, I come to find out from a CIA officer, was actually working for the CIA at that time.
What?
Yep. He told a story. He told a story. This person who shall go nameless. On UFO Hunters, we were not shadowed, but our paths were intersected a lot by people who were working for the government. And they identified themselves. This was not some strange Men in Black thing. These were people who said, look, I'm with the NSA, I'm with the CIA, I just want to talk to you. In this particular case, it happened down on Long Island. And so we were talking about Malachi Martin, and this person who wanted to do his own life story but really couldn't because he'd have to get it through the Board of Review, told the story of how very briefly, his contact in NGO, a non-government organization, investigating UFOs. The person who came to retrieve a piece of UFO data technology actually was Malachi Martin.
What? I was interviewed recently, by the way, for a documentary on Malachi, a British documentary coming out, I'm not sure when, pretty soon. And I was happy to do it. Malachi was an amazing, amazing man. But you're telling me he was a CIA agent?
He was a cooperating individual with the CIA.
Well, a lot of people do that. Do you have any knowledge? You can't name your source, right?
I cannot do that. No.
All right. Do you have any knowledge what the nature of his involvement with the CIA was? In other words, what was he doing?
Yes.
Okay, fire away.
He was part of a group that was investigating all kinds of paranormal phenomena. It had to do with exorcism, had to do with out-of-body experiences, but this particular group was working. There were people from former administrations that were in this group, and they were basically a funding operation. They were channeling money to individuals or groups that would carry out investigations into the paranormal. And in this one case, there was some kind of college professor, a scholar, who they had commissioned to go to Egypt because there was a story floating around.
Can we slow down for one moment? I mean, you just said something that doesn't make sense to me. Why would the government, through the CIA or any other arm, funnel money to people investigating the paranormal?
Well, they did it with remote viewing.
They did. All right, yeah, they did. That's right. But otherwise, the government is not known to be a big contributor with funds to anything paranormal, other than, as you point out, remote viewing.
I'm including UFOs in the paranormal. I'm including human beings with abilities to manipulate things. I mean, Uri Geller, Joe can certainly talk to Uri Geller's involvement with American Intelligence Services. So they were investigating aspects of human behavior or human abilities that had to do with the paranormal.
That I can see.
And in this one particular case, there was a story floating around that there was not a computer disk. That would be a mischaracterization, but there was a device on which there was stored for thousands and thousands of years, and this was in Egypt, alien technology. And supposedly this scholar who was commissioned found it, acquired it, and refused to turn it over to this group, to this government group. Refused to turn it over. He said, I'm going to sell it to the highest bidder. How much are you going to put up with? Or how much are you going to put up to get this back? And what this officer told me was that from time to time, various officers are given what are known as cowboy jobs or black bag jobs, literally off-the-books operations. Go get something back, go find something, go terminate someone with extreme prejudice. They'll be handed these jobs. His job was to get a hold of this guy, to get his hands on this piece of technology, and to let them know he had it and wait for it until they sent a representative to pick it up. And that's exactly what he did. He found this guy. He made him an offer that was better than what the French had offered. They were in Paris, and rather than simply hand him the money, he basically knocked him out, anesthetized him. A group came in, took the guy's body. He doesn't know whatever happened to it. He presumes the guy was killed. And then the person who showed up to get that piece of technology in this hotel room was Malachi Martin.
My goodness, Bill, you didn't give me any idea this was coming tonight, which is fine. I love surprises, but holy dog poop. My God. So a device, an ancient device, that somehow, even though it's ancient, stores information, very, very important information. It's sort of put up for bid. We win. Malachi, acting for the CIA, collects it. About right?
That's correct. The person went rogue.
Yeah.
He would not turn it over. He said, "I'm putting it up for the highest bidder." Supposedly the French won. He was meeting him in a hotel. He was meeting whatever bureau was handling this for the French in Paris. That's where this individual from the CIA crossed his path, offered him more. The guy basically said, sure, highest bidder. They met in a hotel room, and this person dispatched him.
Why would they dispatch Malachi to retrieve this device? Just curious.
That's the key question.
Uh-huh.
Because Malachi was one of the individuals who was, how can I put it, almost like the historian or the scholar or the expert for this group. He was vetting the kinds of applications or candidates that this group was examining. He was vetting them.
It seems to me that the very existence, I mean, Malachi was a very, very conservative Catholic.
Yes, but he was a Catholic who was let out of his regular orders by the Pope.
Yes, I know.
And one wonders, I mean, what was underneath that? My theory always was that Malachi was far more valuable as a secular priest than he was in regular orders.
Oh, I think that's fair. You know that the manner of his death is somewhat suspicious.
Turn that over to Joe. Joe knows all about that one.
Oh, really? Oh, yeah. I'm not even sure I want to ask, but ask I shall. Joel, do you really know something about Malachi's death? What I heard is that he was kept out of communication by the sisters who were caring for him, that he fell down the steps, and that is the manner of his death. Now, there are people who have said, there's some conspiracy here. He didn't fall down anything. He got pushed, at least. What do you know, Joel?
Well, there's a thread of truth that runs through all of those versions. He had a very beautiful apartment on the east side of Manhattan. He was living the way any of us live.
Yes.
You know, house, apartment, whatever. He was not living in a rectory or anything like that.
Right.
He was living with a woman on the east side of Manhattan. He had a lady friend. And when he fell down, he was on a ladder looking for a book. He was one of those those ladders you see in bookstores.
I do.
That whirl back and forth. He was on one of those because he had an extensive library. I mean, a really extensive library. Yeah. He was looking for something, and he either fell down or was pushed. That's exactly right. Now, there's a version that says he fell down a flight of stairs. Frankly, I don't know that makes sense given where he lived, but it is more than likely he was pushed rather than he fell. Because Malachi, for all of his brilliance, and he really was still a man of the cloth in the sense that he was a deeply religious man.
Yes.
And don't you think?
Oh, yes.
That was my impression of him.
No question about it. None at all.
And I think everything. Listen, if Bill tells it to you, I don't even question it. But that's my own personal opinion of Bill's veracity, of the truth he always tells about these things. But there is nonetheless the fact that the government, and I've had my dealings with them too, they would rather see him go quietly than have to worry about if he says something publicly, given that he had a big platform, shall we say. Don't forget he wrote dozens of books.
Yes, well, he had a rather regular platform with me, and he was very, very outspoken.
That's right. I met him, and I interviewed him, but nowhere near to the extent you did. I don't even pretend to. But
okay, so do you honestly think that the CIA, for example, may have been concerned that he would begin opening up about some of what he had done with regard to everything you just talked about, this device, whatever it was, and his my God.
I certainly do. And there's no question that government intelligence agencies will approach people who they think can help them with information of the kind that Malachi Martin would have had access to. Just the kind of thing Bill told you about, the kind of scholarly research, the contacts that he would have had in the Vatican, in Rome, in his native Ireland, what he had in the United States. He was a world figure. He wasn't your local, I'm not putting anybody down, but he wasn't, your local parish priest. And if they thought your local parish priest knew anything, frankly, they'd be there too. I mean, they had come to visit us after certain programs. Why wouldn't, if we were local, why wouldn't they do that with somebody like Malachi Martin? Sure.
Okay, let's go back to the incident, if you want to call it that, in Paris. What do we now know about this device, if anything? Where did it end up? Was the knowledge retrieved? What was, I mean...
All we know is this, that this particular non-official cover officer for the CIA was waiting in a hotel room. This was after this scholar's body, this person's body was removed.
Yes.
Malachi Martin shows up and basically takes possession. It was like, it's not a disc, it was an oddly shaped flat object that could be read by something. So whether we actually had the technology to read it, because he said you couldn't put it in a computer, and this was this was before floppy disk drives were that common.
Okay.
So, but it was like a disc, and he said that what the person told him, because he did have a conversation with this person before he gave him his injection, and what the person said was that there was data on that disc, mathematical data was the best he could explain, was the best way he could explain it, mathematical symbols and equations and things like that he didn't understand, but that he believed that there would be people to whom that would make sense.
And so Malachi was retrieving this not for the Vatican, not as a religious artifact, but for the CIA.
But for a government group, and we know that the government outsources this stuff, because in your travels... Can you prove that Malachi was in Paris on that day? I only have this person's story that tells me that. This is all I have, is the story from one person, and this was one of many stories.
Don't tell me who the person is, because you can't.
No,
but
I'm not,
but at least tell me
not to use his
at
name.
least tell me how highly placed he was.
He was highly placed enough that when we went to certain places in the area where we were filming, everyone knew him. He seemed to know details about the right kinds of people who would know certain kinds of secrets. He told me that his legends basically is the cover story this has, that his legend was that he had been a very high-ranking consigliere to one of the top organized crime figures, because that figure was getting intelligence on the drug trade from the Middle East. And so he was able to look over this person's shoulder and get some valuable intelligence about, for example, Hamas guarding drug shipments.
All right. It seems to me, Bill, certain aspects of this story would be verifiable. There was a death involved, right?
There was a death involved, and I don't know the person's name who died.
Okay, but there was a death involved on a certain day. There would be record of Malachi Martin either being or not being in Paris, and in fact France, on that day. So you could proceed to investigate some of this and try and verify at least the basic stuff, right?
I could. The problem is this person's identity, because he wanted to do a book. That was the whole point of this person's contacting me. And this was after the Corso book, and he said, look, I really want to do a book about my life and my involvement with strange black book things about my life, because I really want the people around me to at least know my story that I can't tell. And so we talked about that for a while. We visited a couple of publishers. He couldn't do it as nonfiction, so he wanted to do it as fiction. And this particular publisher said, this will never fly as a novel.
Oh, I'm sure.
It really has to fly as nonfiction. It has to fly as a true story. And he said it'll never get through the review board.
And so presumably even his life might be in danger should he come out with this, yes?
Yes, because of this and other stories where he did certain kinds of jobs for elements within the government that were off the books. I was stunned to hear some of these stories, and
I'm very stunned.
Not one shred of evidence that they're true.
Do you have
just his word?
Okay. Do you have any separate? You just said no. Any separate evidence at all that Malachi Martin was involved with the CIA? Anything beyond that man's word?
It's that person's word, but among the stories he was telling about how deep and pervasive the CIA and our intelligence agencies are. It's not just the CIA, it's DPMA and other kinds of DIA and other kinds of three-letter agencies, that he said that over the course of 60 years, that the pervasiveness of the intelligence community is such that people, you turn on the television and you see a news commentator whom you believe to be is really like either a centrist or really a liberal person.
Right.
That person's a listening post.
Oh, I know. Here's what I will say that will support a little bit what you're saying generally. I do know for a fact that scholars, people who lecture internationally, highly placed individuals in private society are indeed frequently approached by the CIA to do little jobs for them. If somebody's going into Burma, they might want to know the condition of an airport, or a runway, or some sort of infrastructure information. I know that these contacts are made by the CIA, and these people are used in this way. So to that degree, I can verify that goes on. But that it went on with Malachi Martin, Father Malachi Martin?
Well, look at Valerie Plame's husband, who was an ambassador in Niger. I mean, here's a guy who was not in the CIA. He was in the State Department, literally tasked by the CIA. Go to Niger, find out if Saddam Hussein is buying yellow cake.
Piano from a window play, gone tomorrow from yesterday.
Midnight in the Desert doesn't screen calls. We trust you, but remember, the NSA. Well, you know, to call the show,
No, it's got to be right. Got to be right.
Midnight in the Desert doesn't screen calls. We trust you, but remember, the NSA. Well, you know, to call the show, please dial 1-952-225-5278. That's 1-952-CALL-ART.
I love that. Got to be something to cheer me up. Tonight show, thus far, is like getting a double fast punch in the gut. Oh, man. I've got Bill Burns and Joel Martin with me. And thus far we've covered Amityville being a complete hoax with sort of a cautionary tale tagged on. And then Father Malachi Martin being a CIA agent with a story that goes along with that in Paris. Now, here's what I'd like to do. I'd like to open the phone lines and let you ask questions about this and or other things. So let me get out the numbers and do the talk. And then there are a couple of other things I want to cover here from their book, The Haunting of America, which actually, folks, when we set out to do the show tonight was going to be the topic and had nothing to do with anything we've talked about thus far. Just so you know. So here's the way you call into the show, and if you have questions about what you've heard, and I bet you do, feel free. Our public number is area code 952-225-5278. You would dial a 1 first, and then area code 952-225-5278. Secondary way to get in, maybe the better way, if you're equipped, is Skype. Skype is really a cool deal because if you have a headset mic and or you use it on an iPhone 6 or something like that, you can sound really, really, really good, and your presence on the air adds to what you have to say. It gives you a sort of a command voice, if you will. So to reach us on Skype, download Skype to your computer or cell phone, whatever. It's free, right? Free. And then once you get Skype, learn a little bit about it, and what you do is go to the little plus sign on Skype, as in add a contact, and we would be that contact. All right? So if you're in North America or Canada, simply add us as a contact, and we are MITD 51, as in midnight in the desert 51. MITD, you don't have to spell it out, just the initials. The case doesn't matter. MITD 51. Internationally, outside North America and Canada, MITD 55. That's MITD 55. And so there you are. Gentlemen, welcome back. I do have a couple more questions, but I wanted to set it up so we could begin to take questions because, boy, based on what you've said, there's going to be lots of questions. So let's see what to ask. Your book, The Haunting of America, does generate some interesting questions, and frankly, the last one I see listed here is the most interesting to me. You claim the government, the two of you claim, I guess, the government knows that the paranormal, what we call the paranormal, is normal. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
And you base this on?
Well, a number of things. For example, conversations I had with John Alexander, with Paul Smith.
I know John well.
Basically, you know John well,
yes.
Of course. And he said that, he told me that what the government now knows, and they know it for a fact, they know it for a military fact, not just some kind of philosophical fact, that the paranormal is actually real, and the paranormal is, in fact, an aspect of normalcy. And they've known this. The government developed military policy around it. Jimmy Channon developed Earth Battalion 1, which was a paranormal-based military unit. And in order to create that unit, he was called in after his service in Vietnam, when he was able to take troops that he believed had psychic abilities. And he was this was when he was a lieutenant, and he was putting them on point. And when he did that, when he used troops with psychic abilities on point, his casualties, the ambushes, went way down. Folks can find his story there. There's an old UFO magazine in which he's on the cover. And he said, that the government, that the Army asked him to investigate the paranormal, visit sites like Esalen and other sites, understand the whole New Age movement, and create a battalion, a military battalion, based on that.
Well, okay, actually that makes sense to me, whether you call it paranormal ability, or you just call it good soldiering, or you call it a very intuitive individual. No matter how you phrase it, sure, having somebody like that on point would make sense and probably would work. So I get it. But, you know, there's quite a way from that to, well, that the government knows the paranormal is normal. I mean, that's a big statement.
It's one of the things. There was a person, I mean, folks might remember this person's name. He was a naval commander, George Hoover. He's best known as the naval commander who was tasked by the Office of Naval Intelligence to investigate the Philadelphia experiment, the time travel experiment. It wasn't really a time travel experiment, but he was tasked to investigate it. Right about the time that we were wrapping up the Corso book, this was in California, with the production company that had purchased Corso's life story rights. We were sitting down with him. He lived in Pacific Palisades. We were sitting down with him, and one of the things he said was that he was kind of the Corso of the Navy. And he said that folks in high-ranking positions in the military, special access projects folks, and this would have been in NASA, in the military, and other government agencies, he said that they were well aware that he really confirmed what Edgar Mitchell had been talking about, that yes, there were extraterrestrials, yes, we knew about them, yes, we were working with them. And one of the things he said was that the high-ranking military officers weren't really afraid of it. That was not a matter of military concern to these people. He said the biggest concern, and he said this in kind of a weird way, he said the biggest concern was that these entities were really more humanoid than anybody thought. They were really more like human beings, and that human beings had some of the same exact abilities, call them paranormal abilities, but abilities that these creatures had. And that's what really panicked people in the military, saying that society absolutely wasn't ready for human beings to wield those kinds of powers. And that was one of the big concerns.
Okay. Just a couple others, and then we'll go to the phone, because there's got to be questions about all of this. My God. So, you're saying, in your book, I guess, you make a claim that there was a curse placed on New Orleans. Now, gentlemen, besides the National Weather Service, what other curse was involved?
Have you been to New Orleans?
I have. Yes, I have, actually.
That I don't mean to disparage anybody who lives there, but that city frightens me. I mean, it absolutely terrifies me. We did research very meticulously about New Orleans, about the old legends of ghosts, and about horrible, horrible things that happened there involving people who were killed and people who were maimed and so forth, and about apparitions that were seen. But it apparently starts when you have New Orleans, don't forget, as the port of entry for the slave trade, way, way back at the early 1800s. And from that point on, that city has never known a moment's peace as far as the paranormal is concerned, as far as anything having to do with apparitional phenomena is concerned. You've got stories about when the hurricane happened there, cameramen, people from other cities, we include one in the book from San Francisco, I believe, who saw something, which was an apparitional phenomena, that he had never in his life expected to see or thought he would see. And why did it happen? Well, because it was a time of stress, and it was a time of terrible fright during the hurricane. And he reported it. Nobody wants to pick up these stories. There's nothing abnormal about them. It's just that the major media doesn't want to cover them unless they do it as a joke for Halloween. It's not a joke. Not a joke.
Also, we just discussed Colonel Corso. There are some now, after his passing, saying that Colonel Corso was weaving a tale as well. I take it your view is contrary to that.
Phil Corso, I have all the guy's records, and I became very friendly with him over the course of the writing of the book. And my impression always was that, and I have this kind of documented, that one of the things Phil did, first of all, people forget the fact that Corso's entire life was in the intelligence service. From the time he was, he first enlisted in the Army in World War II, and he stepped forward when he said, when people asked who wants to be in the intelligence service, Corso stepped forward. So his job was always weaving tales and coming up with stories.
Yes.
So I think the base part of his story was always true. But he did tend to conflate. For example, I have all of his early records, all of his early manuscripts, and what would happen would be he'd be writing about someone, and I keep forgetting the names, but he'd be writing about someone who said something to a congressional committee way back when. Then that person dies. Then it's Corso who's saying something to that committee. So his memory did tend to conflate things. I know from what he gave me from General Trudeau's memoirs that there was, in fact, a project called Not Invented Here, that Arthur Trudeau, who had really earned the confidence of Senator Strom Thurmond, went to Strom Thurmond because he had, he said, a catch of materials that were not invented here. And this was in the wake of Harry Truman's, years earlier, obviously, Harry Truman's giving the lowest common denominator from the crash at Roswell to Western Electric.
All right, so let's sum this up. You think there were nuggets of truth in what Corso said, but he confabulated a bit.
Yeah, because Trudeau confirmed the whole thing.
Okay.
I mean, he wrote in his memoirs that he went to Strom Thurmond, he had this material, it was not invented here. He said that he wanted money to develop this, and Strom Thurmond said to him, the only way the Senate would give you money to develop this technology was that if you brought it to companies that were defense contractors, so we could trust them, that were already working on this technology, and this would give them a boost, that will be your budget. And that's what Corso became responsible for, first at the Foreign Technology Desk, then as deputy director. So Corso really, when we first met at the outset, he really was the bag man for Arthur Trudeau.
All right. So we've just about debunked the world. You guys claim you can give scientific rationale for the existence of ghosts. If so, what would that be, please?
Go ahead, Joe.
You want me to go ahead? Because they have been there for so long that you cannot call something anecdotal when it's been reported by millions of people. It fails the anecdotal test. I've had in all my life one experience with one apparition in Bonn, Germany. And anybody who says they see ghosts all the time makes me suspicious, because the phenomena just doesn't work that way. The phenomena tends to be more selective. It tends to be rather discreet, and you tend to see not too many things. I saw an apparition of a nun in the Basilica in Bonn, the church in Bonn, Germany. This is several years ago. But when you look at some place like the White House, which Bill and I have written about, the haunting of the White House, or haunting of the presidents, to be specific, the title of the book, you realize that these are men and women, the first families, who have no reason to lie, in fact have more to lose than gain. So Harry Truman, who believed in none of this and called it bunk, has a page that Bill has from his diary, and the page says he hears something walking around at night on the second floor in the private quarters of the president, and it creeps him out, and he's disgusted with it, and he'll hear somebody banging on the door. He'll open the door, nobody will be there, and it goes on and on like that.
Okay. But you guys can't. But you can't use anecdotal, no matter how, no matter in what quantity, to prove to a scientist. And if you have proven to a scientist, you might give me his name, because they require repeatability, not anecdotally repeating stuff, but real repeating stuff that they can observe and test.
It stops being anecdotal when there are millions and millions of these cases, and we're talking in the millions. It's a good question that you ask, but it's not anecdotal when it happens so much that, for example, the near-death experience is an analogy. When you have nobody considers the near-death experience anecdotal anymore.
I don't want to be on the wrong side of this argument, because I sort of agree with these things and investigate them, look into them myself, but I'm not ready to jump to scientific evidence, that's
Well,
that's a bar that we haven't reached. I don't care how many anecdotal stories you've got.
But scientific, it misdefines science. Science is not defined properly when somebody says, well, if it doesn't meet the test of the scientific method, then it can't be. Well, there are a lot of sciences that we really cannot understand and don't understand, and that goes from earthquake predictions to meteorology to human psychology. What do? We bring a psychiatrist into the courtroom after somebody's murdered 6 people in his family. I mean, there are a number of cases that are considered scientific, a number of areas of science that simply don't fly with the scientific method, yet we consider them scientific. Call it the study of, if it makes you happy, fine. Call it the study of apparitions, I don't care, but if something is clearly there. Too many people witness it, too many similarities. You talk to somebody in Paris, you talk to somebody in Germany, in Los Angeles, in New York, wherever, in the Midwest, Chicago, they'll tell you the same thing. Gee, I saw this thing go by.
Yeah, I know. I know. Me of all people, I take nothing but calls all the time. So I'm absolutely fascinated by this field of study, guys. But scientific proof, I think that bar, we just haven't made that bar yet.
I don't think we said proof. I think we said evidence.
Okay, evidence that amounts
science itself.
Evidence that amounts to proof.
But what if science itself is stacked against it? What if the whole point of science is not just repeatability and not just scientific testing, but the bar that science sets doesn't allow for things that doesn't fit into that square box of science?
That's right.
All right. Look, I want to let some people in on this conversation. If I don't do it, they're going to scalp me. So, Eric, where are you, Eric? Hello on Skype.
Hi. Good morning, Art. I'm from Ottawa, Canada, and actually it's 2:00 in the morning here now.
Okay, Eric.
No,
you know what? Hold it, Eric. Eric, you're on the wrong line.
Oh.
You need to be on the North American line. I'm terribly sorry. That's MITD 51. The line you're on is for international, beyond North America. So we'll go to John. Hello, John on Skype. You're on. Well, now we're almost out of time. John, are you there?
Yes, sir.
John, can you hold on? I don't want you to get started and then cut off. So
okay.
I'm going to hold you through this 2-minute break, and we'll come back and let you ask your question. All right?
That'll be great.
All right. Yeah, terribly sorry. I don't want somebody to get 10 words out and then cut them off. So what we're going to do is take our break now, the scheduled break that I must take, actually, and then we'll come back. And if you want to talk to these gentlemen, either phone or Skype, we're here. Come and ask. After what you've heard, can't blame you. There's an awful lot of questions.
Initiate a dialogue sequence with Art Bell. Please coordinate your phalanges and call 1-952-225-5278. That's 1-952-CALL-ART.
There are 2 guests here. I'm Art Bell. Bill Burns is one, and Joel Martin is the other. It's been a big double punch, to be sure. The revelation that Amityville was total fake, and that Malachi Martin was acting for the CIA. If you have questions along these lines, feel free to join us. Gentlemen, you're back, and so is John. Thank you for waiting. John, fire away.
Yes, sir, Art Bell. I'm about a 20-year listener to the Art Bell Show from the old days.
Thank you.
And I wanted to tell you that tonight is an historic night for you and for the listeners of the Art Bell Show.
I would say.
And I just want to know, Art Bell, when are you going to come out of the closet about your connections to the CIA?
Oh, I did that years ago. People used to call me up all the time and say, "You're in the CIA," and I got sick of it, so I just started saying, "Yep." So?
Yes. Okay. All right. That was my question. So.
The same answer then. Thank you very much for the call, John, and take care. After a while, it just gets annoying, and so I found that when people call up and say, "Art, you're in the CIA, right?" I just say, "Yeah, actually, I am." And then there's this just long silence on the line. They say, "Okay, thank you." Go away. All right, to the phones. Redondo, I think, something or another in California. Hello.
Hey, Art, how's it going? I was a friend of George Lutz for the last few years of his life, and I run a website, a pretty popular website about Amityville. I got some serious questions about, some serious problems about the William Weber thing. George gave me a contract proposal that William Weber kind of made up for the book deal that they were going to do, not the Amityville horror book deal, but this is like a book deal that Weber was planning about the murders. And the whole thing was the Lutz's tale was supposed to be the last part of the book, just kind of like a footnote in the whole murder thing. So anyways, the contract that Weber signed, that Weber dreamed up, it has a clause in there that says the Lutzes were going to take a polygraph test, and if they failed this polygraph test, they were going to lose all payments, all interest in the story. The story would, the book and everything would become totally Weber's property, and the Lutzes lose out on everything. So if this was all a fake, how would that make sense?
It would make sense because either A, they never planned to take the polygraph test, or B, he thought he could cheat or fool the polygraph. And there are people who can. I know somebody very well known who was able to fool the polygraph and did, and it was a big international story, the Clifford Irving story about the Howard Hughes hoax in 1972. And he was able to fool the polygraph, and he told me how, by controlling his breathing, by controlling his mind, a certain self-mind control. That's the only two plausible explanations. But you raise a good question.
But this is a private document, though. It's not for the public. It was a private contract between Lutz and Weber, so the public wouldn't know about the polygraph test. It was solely in the contract. It just makes no sense. It's like if I call Stephen King and say, "Hey, Stephen King, I want you to write this fake book about ghosts." And he says, "Okay," and I say, "And then I want you to do a polygraph test claiming the story is real. And if you fail the polygraph test, which we all know you will because we're making the story up, then you lose out on all the money." How about that? Doesn't make sense.
No, it doesn't, but nothing in the story makes sense, frankly. Very little makes sense. There's no reason to doubt Bill Weber either. I mean, you can go either way with it. The truth is you can. It's a left hand or right hand. Which way do you want to go, left or right? I mean, I can't argue with you. George Lutz, I know, was caught in a number of mistruths over the years. That doesn't mean that the whole thing is a fraud, but it was.
Also, George Lutz, also, just to the caller, George Lutz breached the contract. He simply sold the book rights. He sold the book rights out under Bill Weber. So that was a fact. Weber had to sue to get a settlement.
That's right. So you're saying the same thing.
They had no contract.
No, nobody said they did.
Well, you would never have a contract outlining a fraud.
No, it's word of mouth.
You'd have a handshake deal at best.
Handshake, that's right. They never said they had a contract.
Go ahead, caller.
Why did Weber take so long before he came up to it? You even said in that interview, which I read in Kaplan's book, you asked him, why sue now? Why didn't you sue at the beginning? And Weber's answer was, well, they didn't have money back then. I'm suing now because I can get money now.
That makes sense.
It really sounds like Weber.
Does that really sound like a lie?
After the money.
Well,
is that a confession, or is that just him? Is that a confession by Weber that he was in on the hoax, or is it him just wanting money and pretending there was a hoax?
No. There was a hoax, but he wanted the money. There's nothing wrong. You couldn't want the money from a hoax. I mean, why does a woman sue a husband who's very, very wealthy as opposed to one who doesn't sue the husband because he has no money? I mean, it's the same thing. Hey, listen, you just made $1 million. I think I'll sue you for some of it. That's all. He admitted it. I was surprised myself when I read the transcript because I never heard the interview. But when I read the transcript, it was very interesting to hear him say, well, he didn't have any money, then what was I going to sue him?
Oh, come on. It's usually the first thing lawyers think about. Is it a good suit? Yeah. Well, if we win, do we make anything? If not, it's not worth it.
That's correct. So that's not surprising.
Weber also had a few different things. When Weber said he came up with the slime story that was in Anson's book, first he said the slime was just the fingerprint powder.
That's right.
That was, I think, in your interview. Then
that's right.
Later on in 1988, he said the slime came from spaghetti sauce that the DeFeos spilled against the wall.
What's the difference?
What's the difference is it shows that he can't remember the truth. I mean, if he came up with a story, he's coming up with two different versions of how he came up with it. I mean, what's the truth?
The truth is
you got to look at all this.
That's the trouble with lies. You got to remember them accurately.
Exactly. What you just said, that's the trouble with lies. And this is showing that Weber's lying, doesn't it? So who are you going to believe?
That's up to you, because, frankly, I told you the Warrens, Lorraine and Ed Warren, believed that the story was true. Steve Kaplan did not. William Weber confessed that it wasn't.
Yeah. But you said the Warrens believed that based on a seance. Sorry, but that casts a little bit of...
Based on a seance, that's correct. Based on a seance, and what they said was, quote, their investigation. They said they'd been in the house more than once, and between that and the seance, they believed it was true. Now, where they got that information from otherwise, how can I say? I can only tell you that William Weber was able to talk on the air with me, and then he went to court, and he had to swear under oath. I assume that he swore under oath that he was telling the truth, because they made an out-of-court settlement. Beyond that, how can I say what happened? I'm a reporter. I can tell you the story. I had the only interview with Bill Weber, except for the woman from the Associated Press, and he told us both the same thing separately. That's it.
What I don't get out of all of this is how Weber escaped the bar, through all this. I mean, when you consider...
Because this wasn't a part of his legal practice. Because he was defending DeFeo.
Yeah, I get that.
Right, and so George Lutz comes to him and basically says, look, I can't afford this house. I'm going to lose this house.
Yep.
I overpaid. This is the end for me. So together, they cook up this story that the house is haunted because what they're going to do is sell the story.
Right, I get it.
It does two things. It theoretically, he can say, well, DeFeo, the devil made me do it. And for Lutz, they're selling a book, and Weber and Lutz are going to split the proceeds of that book.
All right, and I'm not an expert on bar rules, but I really think that a lawyer concocting a story with somebody involved in a case he was a representative in, seems to me that's you're out of here kind of stuff.
Well, that was his defense. What Bill just said was exactly the way he defended himself, because I had talked to him privately as well.
Not really.
He wasn't saying it in the context of the legal case or the courtroom. He was doing this above and beyond, somewhere on the side. So there was no problem until there was money.
This was a book deal. This is really all it was a book deal. Nothing more than that.
A book deal that
Weber never said that the Lutzes. Weber never claimed that the Lutzes said about their mortgage or anything like that. In fact, in your interview, Joel, Weber says that the Lutzes came to them first and said, we're having problems with this house, and we think it might affect your client. So they never came to him and said, look, we can't afford the house, let's make up a good ghost story. He never said that.
Who said he did? He just couldn't afford the house. You just said he had economic problems. He had troubles paying. That house at $80,000 now would not be expensive for a beautiful house on the water. In those years, that was a lot of money, because $20,000 and $30,000 got you a good house. Yeah, so that you're saying the same thing I'm saying, I think.
Yeah. I'm sorry, Joel. It's not you. The other guy said that he went up to Bill Weber and said,
the other guy is Bill.
House, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah, the other guy is me. And in fact, Lutz was having economic difficulties.
Right.
He was having problems. That's what we're saying. And he needed an out.
He didn't go up to Weber.
Wait a minute, guys. I was just sent a very nice gift, actually, from somebody. It's a gavel, and everybody was just going at it. So, order in the studio, one at a time. That's actually a gavel. Thank you, by the way, James Tim Cheney, for sending it to me. Sounded pretty good, right?
Sorry, I just wanted to make that quick point.
Okay.
I just wanted to make that quick point that,
I'm glad you did.
that he didn't actually say that, and that Weber didn't claim that in the interview that Joel did. Sorry.
All right. Okay. All right. We thank you for the call.
Thank you for the call. Whatever the opinion.
Yeah, that was a good one, actually. All right. Let's go to Skype and Eric. Hello, Eric. You're on the air.
Hi, Art. I'm from Ottawa, and I was curious. You were talking about the father, how he passed away. Was he pushed, or did he fall from his library? I heard the 2 stories, and then I had to leave the room, so I never did hear the whole report.
Oh, I see. Okay, good one. Actually, I don't know the answer to it, Father Malachi Martin. I heard fell down steps. Now, again, go ahead and fill them in, Joel, or Bill.
Yeah, but Bill would, I guess, say what I say. He either fell down steps or was pushed from steps. He either fell off a ladder or was pushed from the ladder. That's the problem. We don't really know because nobody was apparently in that apartment except his lady friend and himself that day, and there was nothing inappropriate about that. And he was looking for a book on a high shelf. Now, did he go off a ladder? Did he go down the stairs? I have heard both versions. It's one or the other. And do I believe that he was working or in league or somehow connected to the government and looking for material for them? Sure. I have no doubt about that at all. That's the other part of it. I don't question that for a moment, not after talking to him and not after the things I've researched. But as far as his death is concerned, unfortunately, we will never know.
I know he is greatly missed. Living in Canada, we have a Dr. Hamilton that used to live in Winnipeg back in the 20s and 30s, and they did a lot of paranormal research. And in Winnipeg, it's a really big thing out there. And then in Toronto, there was also, the Philip experiment, 2 really cool stories in Canadian history about
I know a lot
paranormal.
About the Philip experiment. I know a lot about that. I know the man who set up the Philip experiment. I worked for him for several years until his death. Hey?
Oh, well, it's a very interesting story, too.
Yes, it is. That was Mr. Ben Webster, who was the creator of the Philip experiment, and it was created under the Toronto Society for Psychical Research. And
That's
what
correct.
they did is they created a ghost that didn't exist, and then they asked the ghost to do things, and the ghost actually was able to function and move furniture around and actually affect change. So it proved there were no such things as ghosts, except as you conjured them in your own mind. It's a very complex and fascinating story.
It is, and it's very difficult to find information on the subject. One more question, Art, please. Art, do you have anything coming up with the GIS, or do you work with that society anymore?
The answer is wait till the end of the week.
Okay, thank you, guys.
All right, see you later.
Okay.
All right, that was a good call. Fishing for information, nevertheless a good call. All right, so let's go again to the phones. Hello there, wherever you are, you're on the air. Hello? Going once. Going twice. You're going to miss your chance.
Yes, sir.
Oh, see? Yeah. So what'd you do? Put us on speakerphone and walk away, right?
No. I'm sorry. I had you on mute, sir.
All right. So proceed.
I'm calling to verify about Father Malachi Martin.
Oh, my.
Okay.
I have been on the other side back in the day. I'm retired now. But what they're saying is very true. Bill and I have crossed paths before. Joel never, but Bill and I have. And it is very, I just want to substantiate that it is true. I've been associated with a couple of those 3 letters.
Let's be clear. You're saying that Father Malachi Martin, and you know this from personal, you know this firsthand, you're saying, right?
Yes, sir.
That Father Malachi Martin was doing work for the CIA.
Yes, sir.
Any questions for him, Bill?
Well, Bill, I mean, I belong to an organization, and it's a 3-letter organization of retired spooks, so to speak. We meet in Washington, D.C. every September, and the founder of the organization passed away about 2-3 years ago. GW was his initials, So if Bill can recollect that, and if he knows Sandy Grimes, he can put two and two together. But it's definitely true, sir.
What a night. Bill, do you know...
You know what, Art?
Yes?
We're talking about... I used to listen to you in the mid-'90s when you were interviewing him and had suspicions back then, but just couldn't put two and two together.
Yeah, it probably would have been one of my last guesses for part-time work for the father.
Well, no different than Al Sharpton and a lot of other, political figures.
Yeah, didn't you have movie stars during World War II who were working in secret for the government that way? And who was the TV cook who was doing it also? The one that
Julia Child.
Julia Child?
I mean, who was...
Well, the Gong Show guy, right?
Oh, yeah.
Sure.
That's right.
Yeah, I actually interviewed him. And he made that claim. I know.
Yeah, he did.
Yeah. So it's not unheard of. I don't even know why it should shock us anymore, but it does.
Well, I have some distant relatives who were involved in the OSS back in the 40s, and which got me involved only because of my relations with them. So, one thing leads to another. It's sort of like when you belong to a certain union, they hand down to generation, so you get passed on some stories, and you can either believe them or not believe them. But I just want to, Art, I'm just saying, I'm just one more figure, and before I get coordinated, which I'm sure they already triangulated me, I'm going to go let you guys do your thing.
Thank you.
All right,
very much.
Thank you very much for the call. Before we go to another call, this one catches my interest a little bit. You guys have both apparently researched what Edison did, and I think one of the last things he did was invent the spirit phone, right?
Yeah, that's the book we're doing. That's the book that's coming out this spring 2016. That's the one we're writing now.
Good. Well, I can at least touch on something that's contemporary, your new book. So tell us, Edison thought that, how did that start out? Did Edison suddenly hear something that was to him suspicious from the other side, or how did it happen?
We're looking at this from three possibilities. Joe can certainly talk about the history of this thing. Edison was, after the Chicago World's Fair, after Tesla showed that his theory of alternating current was the superior theory.
Still argued.
Right, and then after Edison and Tesla butted heads at the outset of World War I over Tesla's plans for a robotic missile, a homing torpedo, things like that. Tesla was way ahead of his time. So Edison deep-sixed all that stuff. Finally, in the last decade of his life, around 1920, this is after the great age of spiritualism that Joel is the expert on, Edison saw the potential that he thought that if human beings were simply collections of subatomic particles, if that's what we were, he was very influenced by Max Planck. He thought that if we were simply collections of those, maybe a constellation of those particles would have some form of consciousness, some form of sentience. So his idea was...
Theoretical at first.
His idea, yes, but his idea was that he would fire a particle beam against a target. And if some collection of subatomic particles crossed that particle beam, that would register on a meter. And if he could prove that this thing was some kind of a constellation of particles, maybe he could get that thing to respond to yes or no questions. So he conducted this experiment in which he had a number of trance channelers and mediums. And he had this device built. We kind of have in the book, we'll have a picture of that device. He had this device built. And he basically conducted, and for Edison, who debunked this thing, Edison said this whole thing was a bunch of hooey, didn't believe it, thought the paranormal was false, yet here he is building this machine. So he conducts a seance with the idea that these channelers will bring the spirits into the room. They'd cross the particle beam. He'd get a register on the meter that would prove that we did not die. That was the experiment.
That's right.
And did he prove it?
Nope.
We don't know.
Yeah.
So here is something finally we don't know. All right, let's go to Silverdale, Washington on the phone. Hi. Hello.
Hello.
Hi.
Hello, Art.
Hi.
I wanted to say I have one of your tapes from your one of your interviews with Malachi Martin, and it was just amazing. I cherish that tape that I've got.
Listen, let me say right now that whether or not Malachi was doing work for the CIA on the side, that does not in any way lessen the spiritual man that we heard on that program. I've heard nothing that would change that yet.
No, I haven't either.
Right.
I wasn't listening close enough, apparently, to understand. Are they saying that Malachi had someone, or that the CIA had someone else come in and give the man a shot, or that Malachi did that?
No, Malachi did not do that. Malachi was not involved in any violence whatsoever. What happened was that this individual, who was tasked by this Special Access Projects group, he mentioned some of the names in that group. Again, I don't even want to go near that. And he was contracted by them to put in a bid for this particular piece of technology, this particular data source, get the guy into a hotel room, drug the guy. The guy would be bagged and driven away, and then he was to hold that particular device until someone from that special access group showed up to retrieve it. The person who showed up to retrieve it was Malachi Martin.
Very interesting. That helps me a lot. I was disturbed till I made the call, because I was like, I can't let this go until I hear that again. Thank you so much.
I fully understand, believe me. Again, our public number, folks, is area code 952-225-5278. And if I could, Joel, when you're not speaking, you're kind of breathing into the mic. So just when you're not talking, Joel, just hold it away from your mouth a little bit.
Okay.
All right. Good. So you claim, and again, this goes to your new book, and I think it's a very important question, so I want to get it out. Why is America, you say, the most haunted country on the face of the earth?
Well, the United States and England both have reputations as being incredibly haunted, possibly because we're open societies, we're more democratic societies, and because we allow the kind of research that in many countries they simply keep hidden. For example, the old Soviet Union did tremendous amounts of this research, but you had some job getting it. I'm sure you interviewed those women who wrote psychic discoveries behind the Iron Curtain years ago, and it was true in other countries too. It was the government that proceeded to find out what was going on. Therefore, they didn't have to do anything with it. In this country, we were able to do it on our own, meaning the people who were the parapsychologists, the psychic community, and so we were able to release whatever we were able to discover. And is there any question that the government was involved? No. I mean, there's enough evidence to do a 10-hour show on that. Bill can tell you from his perspective, and I know from what I went through. There's not a question about that part, but you just have to accept that on our honesty and faith right now. But, I mean, what can you say? Yes, of course they knew, and they didn't want to release it. So you have more information here that gets out, so to speak. It's a free and open society. It's that simple.
Okay. And you have presidents from George Washington, who had this UFO sighting at Valley Forge. Actually, he had two sightings. You have he turns up as a ghost at the Battle of Gettysburg. Right. He berates General McClellan because he was asleep at his post when he was planning for the defense of Washington. You have Abraham Lincoln, whose ghost supposedly shows up at the White House. In Harry Truman's diary, he says he's seen the ghost of Franklin Pierce and he hears the footsteps of Abraham Lincoln walking in the halls.
Right.
When Julie Nixon was on Colbert, the old Colbert show, back when it was on the Comedy Channel, I couldn't believe Julie Nixon Eisenhower, talked about ghosts in the White House.
It does seem there's been a lot of talk of paranormal activity around the White House, right?
Yes, it has. Yes, it has. And around the first family and even the second family.
Right.
If you watch the interview with Joe Biden, the vice president, if you watch the interview with Joe Biden on just this past Sunday night, I forget who interviewed him. I don't know the name of the interviewer. But he talked about how his son Bo had passed away, of course.
Yes.
He died of brain cancer. And he was talking about his little granddaughter. And his little granddaughter says, Grandpa, I see Daddy all the time. Now, that would not have made it onto the 60 Minutes cut. I know, because I had more hell from 60 Minutes than I care to describe years ago. But now, it went on. No question asked. It's an after-death communication. You want to call it anecdotal if you're Jim Randi, fine. But nonetheless, it was there because that little girl saw something that she could not otherwise describe except her father.
I'm with you, but I still say it's anecdotal.
And then look at Hillary Clinton.
I'm with you. I would rather believe it than not believe it, but I'm just not raising it to the level of, settled science.
Well, look at the Hillary Clinton story. Look at the Hillary Clinton story. During Bill Clinton's term, Hillary asks Gene Houston, who's a channeler, to come to the White House and channel the spirit of Eleanor Roosevelt.
Yeah, I heard that.
A modern first lady conducting something short of a seance at the White House to channel into her the spirit of Eleanor Roosevelt.
Yeah, little Trump gets hold of that.
Well, we could figure out why. Here's Roosevelt, who himself was the victim of a vast conspiracy, right? There was an attempted coup in 1933. There was an assassination attempt. They hated Roosevelt, and so it was Eleanor Roosevelt who really propped up FDR. And the same thing Hillary said was happening to Bill Clinton. And so she thought that Eleanor Roosevelt, and watch in this campaign, you will see her championing a lot of Eleanor Roosevelt's ideas.
That's right. And there's another story, or second part of the story Bill just told you, about the sculptress, you may know Penny, whose last name I can't remember, who we have it in the book, it's in Haunting of America, was commissioned to do a statue of Eleanor Roosevelt and could not do it. She absolutely could not figure out how to make Eleanor Roosevelt's face and how to make it look like her for a statue in the park.
All right, guys.
Long story short, she had a dream one night of Eleanor Roosevelt, and there it was, giving it to her, all the information she needed to make that sculpture.
All right.
And so it's more than one person who has had that experience.
Got it. All right, I got it. Hold it. We're going to do a break. We'll be right back. If you want to join in the mayhem, national number, 952-225-5278 and or Skype. What a night. Years of broadcasting. What a night.
Want to take a ride? From the high desert and the great American Southwest, this is Midnight in the Desert, exclusively on the Dark Matter Digital Network. To call the show, dial 1-952-CALL-ART. That's 1-952-225-5278.
Such an easy number to remember. 1-952-CALL-ART. I like it. Also, Skype, of course, either nationally or internationally. Now, coming Friday, it's what I call Dead Air Night, there are going to be some modifications. And we're going to do the cream de la cream of the ghost stories, a few of them only, and then we're going to mix it up with something else this year. It's going to be really dead. Little tease for you based on a caller I had a little while ago. All right, so my guests now are Bill Burns and Joel Martin, and they've been a disruptive group indeed. Let's go to Hawaii. Wailuku, Hawaii, I believe. Hello.
Hi, Art. How are you?
How am I? In a little shock, but otherwise okay.
That's my sentiment exactly. I actually phoned to make more of a statement than a question.
Sure.
I think that it's a shame. It's a shame that these two gentlemen have been able to tarnish Malachi Martin's name so terribly.
Well, they haven't. Wait. They have not necessarily tarnished his name at all. That he may have had communication with the CIA or even done something for them doesn't tarnish the spiritual side of Malachi, not in my opinion, anyway.
Oh, not at all. Sounds like reverse CIA operatives on your line right now. You know?
That could be. I don't rule it out.
Do.
I think Bill sounds a little CIA, frankly.
It's nice to have you back online and on air.
Thank you.
I've enjoyed you for years.
Thank you.
Aloha. Okay. Yeah. Aloha, Art.
Take care.
Bye.
All right, so Bill, how about it?
No, I'm not in the CIA. I did work for the Department of Justice a million years ago. I was part of a team.
You're not in the CIA?
No.
You're going to have to prove that.
Oh,
can you prove it?
Prove a negative, but I did work for the Department of Justice as a data analyst, examining how local police departments and municipal police departments used the computer technology that the Justice Administration gave them to track serial killers. That was about 20-odd years ago, and I worked with the DEA in training banks in anti-money laundering.
So there you are. You're not exactly unfamiliar with three-letter agencies.
No, I am not.
All right. On Skype, you're on the air with these two guys.
Mr. Bell?
Mr. Caller?
Good evening.
I hear you. You're a little loud. You're really loud, so back away a little bit.
Oh, sorry about that. Using the village computer, it's still all new to me. I had a question for the caller in regards to Father Martin.
Well, you're the caller.
The one about the cow the other day, right, I'd rather not talk about that one just yet. Needless to say, she still won't get off the barn, but tonight's topic about Father Martin.
Yes?
If he's a religious fellow, and if he's such a spiritual fellow, why would the CIA send him to pick up alien technology? It just seems a little bit silly to me that they would send a Catholic spiritualist to go pick up something that could possibly shatter his faith. I was wondering what the two guests might have to say about that.
Others might say the perfect cover.
Yeah, well, first of all, our theory is, and this is what this one person did intimate to me, that one of the reasons that Malachi Martin left regular orders is that he was recruited, and that the CIA isn't just a bunch of people that this person on television, played by Claire Danes. They have their links into far more organizations, far more governments, even the papacy, than most people realize. I mean, and it's not just the CIA. The Russians have it, so do the British. There is I hate to use the word huge, but there is a huge network of interconnected intelligence gathering agencies. I met another person who, I forget whose brother he was, but he also worked for the Defense Intelligence Agency. And one of the things that he said to me was that we were talking about Malachi Martin, but he said that the network of interconnected intelligence agencies is vast. It's like a neural network. And the papacy is involved, the monarchs are involved, and the church is involved. And he said it's just not that insular as you think it is.
All right. To Colorado Springs. Hello.
Hi. Good evening, Art. I just wanted to make a comment. I so appreciate you, Bill Burns, and Joel Martin, because each in your own way are searching for the truth, and you've done it on other shows, Art. I've heard Bill do it, and I've heard Joel, and I just really appreciate a talk show host in the paranormal world that seeks out truth.
Well, thank you. On behalf of Bill, both of us, thank you very much. I don't, if you're not looking for truth, then what the hell are you doing? Al on Skype, you're on the air.
Hi there.
Hi.
Okay. So basically my question is about the Amityville case.
Okay.
I saw a documentary years ago, and can you still hear me?
Sure.
Okay. Sorry, I heard it echo. Okay, so I saw this documentary, and basically, so the family was murdered in their beds, right?
Yes.
And now, if that's the case, one would think that maybe they were drugged. And certainly after the first shot went off, there would have been panic. When the coroner did their analysis, they didn't find anything in their systems, in the bodies. And also, in the neighborhood, not one neighbor heard the shotgun going off multiple times. And it's just really weird.
Okay, let's see what Bill has to say. He was actually there. It does not make sense that you could take a shotgun into room after room after room, firing without the rest of the family getting involved and I don't know, hiding, running, something, right? Bill?
Oh, Joe, how did that happen? You were there. Well, I was there. There are several answers to that. For one thing, people in the neighborhood, they did not hear a gunshot. Nobody did.
I'm talking about in the house.
No, in the house, no. The answer is that it's been one of the great mysteries about the Amityville case has been why nobody woke up and why they were all tucked away for the night and nobody was able to get up. The only possible explanation is that maybe Ronnie did not act alone because there were tests done to see if there was poison. And there has been some supposition. There's one gentleman who's written extensively about the fact that maybe Ronnie had help from his sister, and his sister didn't think he would hurt her, but that she was the last one to be killed. And so that would be a possibility. She holds a gun on the others while Ronnie kills them. So there's any number of theories, but that's a very good question, and it remains probably one of the biggest mysteries of all.
I'm a heavy sleeper, but not that heavy, not even close.
How come the neighbors couldn't hear anything, though?
Yeah.
Because the size of the house, the houses, I should say, in that neighborhood are pretty substantial, and they probably didn't hear anything because it was the middle of the night, and they weren't sure. As Art just said, if you're a heavy sleeper, you probably wouldn't be paying attention. What the neighbors did hear, the people next door, because I spoke to neighbors, they heard the DeFeo's dog, which was a hunting dog, like a bay hound, the kind that cries, it doesn't bark, like, that sort of sad cry. They heard that somewhere between 3 and 3:30 in the morning. They did hear the dog, but they didn't pay much mind to it. The dog was outside in the yard. It was November, but it was not bitter cold, and that's where the dog was. As a matter of fact, the idiots who made the movie were actually so foolish. They actually, and Jay, who's also passed on, who wrote the book, Jay Anson, actually wrote the Amityville Horror, and I spoke to him about it. He said he just worked from notes from the Lutzes, but he said that he just took the information from what they said, that 3 to 3:30 in the morning there was that cry from the dog, and so that was what they put into the film and the book, that at 3:15 a.m. George Lutz would jump up out of his bed because he heard something spooky or something scared him. That's where they got the 3:15 from. They got it from the report I filed the next day for United Press. And it was just totally erroneous because medical examiners, as Art knows and thousands of people know, or millions, medical examiners don't give you an exact minute time of death. Very rarely will that ever happen.
Despite what TV tells you, that is true. Outside the country, very quickly, Michael, you're on the air.
Hi, Art.
Hello.
Using Malachi Martin as the CIA asset in regard to picking up this artifact makes absolute sense. He was an ancient language specialist, for a start.
Yes.
He's also an ancient history specialist. And these intelligence agencies use specialists very, very well.
So you're not surprised at all, huh?
But also, he was a Jesuit,
yes,
and he was also effectively an occult specialist too. So if there's any bleed over into this area, he was a perfect man to not just go up and pick it up and move it. He wasn't just being a courier. He would have verified what he was picking up when he picked it up.
All right. Where are you, by the way?
I'm in Newcastle, England.
Okay, well, thank you for the call. And yes, it's a good point. I mean, really, in a lot of ways, if you think about it, he would be the perfect person that you would never in a zillion years expect. So I guess I'm not surprised by that. Going to the phones, Cheshire, Connecticut, is that right?
Art?
Yes.
You're my idol. You're my idol.
Thank you.
Thank you. I want to help clarify some of the details surrounding Malachi Martin's death.
Go ahead.
I met Malachi at Ed and Lorraine Warren's house. We went to a diner either the next day or that night, and he did fall down the stairs there. I don't know if there was confusion about that one. I don't know if you mentioned the movie that's coming out, Hostage to the Devil.
I'm in it.
The same crew came to my house. I'm in it also, so we're connected. All right. Anyway, I had the producer and the man that was friends with Malachi for the last 10 years of his life and personal driver on the show, and he admitted for the first time anywhere that Malachi was reaching for a book. That's the story that's believed. He was on a stool, and he felt he was pushed off the stool, and he called his friend and confided in him that said, "I was pushed off the stool, old scratch finally got me."
How would he know this first person, since the only person there, according to Bill and company, is that the female that he was associated with?
According to my friend, who I'm not sure if I want to give out his name, I'll give it to Art.
No, don't give me his name.
But he works for a place with 3 letters in it, and I'm not sure if he wants me to give his name, but he was his personal driver, and that's all he did for him, as far as I know.
I see, but according again to the gentleman that I have as guest right now, the only person present was the female that Malachi was associated with. Is that right, Bill?
That's what Joel said. Yeah,
or Joel, either one of you.
He was alone in the apartment with a friend of his who was a lady. So
right, and the phone call he made was to my friend from the apartment.
I see, and that was after he fell?
Right. That's the story I have.
All right. Well, thank you for giving it to us. I don't know what to make of it, but there you go. Sean, on Skype, you're on the air.
Thank you for taking my call.
Sure.
I appreciate it.
Yep.
You have a very interesting guest. However, I have a question. Are you familiar with a temple called Göbekli Tepe?
Tempe, Göbekli Tepe, sure. The one over in Turkey.
Yeah, it's actually in a Kurdish region of Turkey, in eastern Turkey.
Right, we're very short on time, caller, so.
Would you consider doing a show dedicated to that Sumerian region?
I would consider that, yes, but again, that doesn't exactly relate to what we're talking about right now. I'm sorry. Back to the phones. You're on the air.
Hello?
Hello.
My name's Tom.
Pardon me?
Tom. From San Jose.
Okay.
Okay, thanks for accepting my call. Okay, I only have one point. I like to say that, well, I hope that a lot of people buy this man's book, and then remember, being fascinated by the talk show is one good part of the nighttime audience, but it's important to also read out loud the book, because the book's going to prove that the listener is also truly involved in the understanding of whatever speculation regarding any theories out there. It's just important to read the book, too, because the book's going to entertain in a different way.
I'm sure they hope that everybody will buy the book indeed. Red Oak, Texas. Hello, you're on the air. I think you're on the air. Let me make sure of that. Red Oak, Texas, you're on the air.
Hello. Can you hear me?
I do.
Mr. Art Bell, I'm so glad you're back on the radio.
Thank you.
I was just calling about, I saw a documentary with Ronnie DeFeo, and he claimed that his sister did help him, and that's how everyone was killed in their beds. And he claims that she committed suicide after
Really?
did the shooting.
Gentlemen, are you aware of this? The documentary?
I'm not aware of the documentary, but I'm aware of that theory from somebody who told it to me, that Dawn, his sister, did help him, and that she may have taken her own life, or if Ronnie didn't kill her, she did it to herself. It's a matter of opinion.
Wow.
The trick would be to look at the medical examiner's report of the sister's death, because if she had powder burns on her hands, then it would be likely that she committed suicide by gunshot.
Right.
Okay, caller, so maybe something to it.
Yep. There are lots of theories.
Okay, I don't know what to say to you guys. What a night. Oh, man. What a night. I need recovery time. So your book is The Haunting of America, and as a caller suggested just a moment ago, you might want to buy that and be entertained by how very haunted we are. Anything else you guys want to get on the air very quickly, because we're out of time?
Very quickly, look for our Tom Edison book in the spring and the Haunting of America series, Haunting of the Presidents. And just remember, when you're dealing with the paranormal, it doesn't matter which road you take. There are many, as long as you're looking for the truth, as you say, Art. The idea is to just search for the truth, and there could be many different roads and many different opinions.
Yes, sir.
And UFO Hunters Book 2 comes out in January.
All right. Joel and Bill, thank you both for a shocking night.
Thank you.
Good night.
Thank you.
Wow. This one, this one I won't soon forget. From the high desert and the great American Southwest in all 25 time zones. Thank you all. Good night.